Welcome, welcome, welcome. Good to see you all this morning. What's up, Kat? How are you? You doing okay, Kat? Good morning, Melinda. Hey, Deb. What's up, B. Mitchell? I feel like I need to check in on you, Kat. See how you are. Hey, Nancy G. Good morning, MG Brock. Hey, Ada. Good. Glad you are good. Glad you are well. Folks, if you are joining me anywhere other than the tick of the talk, make sure that you speak and say hello so that I can greet you because I don't get to see when you come in. So say hi. Good morning, River Ray. What's up, Mo? Hey, Melinda. I can't see everybody. As a Republican and a Christian, I cannot support this abomination of Trump or his minions. Gotcha. Good morning, Tech Lady. Good morning, Big C. What's up? How is everybody? Yeah, there's a lot happening, and well, let's just see. This looks like it's not doing what it needs to do. Looks really weird. Let me see. It just now came through over here, so maybe there's a delay. Good morning, Melinda. Good morning, Newer Mama. Good morning, Coco. How are you guys? I didn't feel like doing anything, so you get a bandana and then a half-done face. How about that? Good morning, Red Hot. Good morning, Deb. Hey, Conchita. Hey, Christine. Wendy, good to see you. Oh, I love that you're listening at work. Thank you very much. No. Trump is not my daddy. He is the president of the United States of America, but he's not my daddy. My daddy actually served his country and did 2 tours in Vietnam, so definitely not Donald Trump. Yeah, we don't look alike. Good morning, Cam. Good morning, Ronald. How are you? Uh, good morning, Brandy. You was at a work off site. Oh, well, welcome back. Glad to have you back. Good morning, Witch. How is everybody? I'm just saying, Alley 13. Hey, Cats Van Do. What's up, Sunflower Fish? Yeah. Good morning, Dirty Bad Bloggers. I'm just saying, apparently so. Hello, Eloise. Good to see you. What's up, folks? Did you? Yeah. I mean, I served, my dad served, my mom served, my brother served, my uncle served. Like I come from a serving family. So yeah, I'm definitely not related to Donald Trump, but thanks. I don't know. I don't know why people think like that's a thing for to come in and go, Trump's your daddy. No, actually, no. My daddy actually served his country. No bone spurs over here. Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, just saying. Good morning, Abby. Good morning, Mark. Good morning. Yeah, it's not a flex and it's not triggering. Good morning, David. Yeah, it's just weird. People are just strange. Good morning, Marilyn. Good to see you today. People are just, I don't even know. Your husband did 20 years. Yeah. Good morning, Tam Bam. Good morning, Wasim. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, Coco. I am, yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. I spent the morning talking to some folks that are running for office. So excited to see some of that in places. And then just kind of pulling things together to talk about today. Yeah, miss you too, Wasim. Because there's always a lot, and it's like, so what do you pick, and what do you talk about? You know what I mean? And because there is so much, like right now, everybody's going, Trump's pulling out of Minnesota, Trump's pulling ICE out of Minnesota, which is fine after people have already died and all the different things. And at the same time, they purchased a whole building in downtown Columbia, South Carolina, for ICE without nobody, like the leadership in Columbia didn't even know about it. So like, there's just a lot to talk about. And, I think one of the biggest things that I took away from watching Pam Bondi yesterday, one of the biggest things that I took away from watching her yesterday is that it wasn't her so much as it was for me, the GOP members of Congress. So the biggest takeaway for me that came out of Pam Bondi specifying, Wasim, I'm not sure. the thing that I took away was just how compromised the Republicans in Congress are. Allowing her to behave in the manner that she did during that questioning tells you so much. When she's telling a member of Congress, you don't get to reclaim your time. Well, actually, no, he does. And the fact that you are supposed to be the lead law enforcement officer in the country and you don't know that, and the fact that the chair didn't keep control of his own hearing, you know what I mean, and didn't make her adhere to the rules. That's the thing. So, uh, yeah, Jim Jordan was the chair, and so for me, that was the biggest takeaway, right? To me, all they did. Good morning, Sandy. Hope you're feeling better. The all they did was demonstrate really effectively why there has to be a Democratic majority in Congress come November. That's what they did, right? They literally the people gave the people a reason to vote them out of office. They gave the people proof of why it must happen. You know what I mean? And so, you know, all of the GOP members of Congress demonstrated just how compromised they are yesterday. And that's the thing that I think everyone should take away from it. That's the big news flash. Like, I think people should be thanks, Janyaya, which, by the way, I did get it. I just haven't had a chance to message you about it. But no, they love it. The girls already have theirs in her room. Yeah, they appeared incompetent because they are incompetent, Bobby. Right? I think that they appeared incompetent because they are incompetent. And I think that, regardless of who you are or what your political leanings are, if you are truly a patriot, if you truly care about the country as a whole, then it concerns you when our three branches of government are now behaving in an incestuous manner and don't operate independent of each other, right? And I think that's one of the biggest things that it's a big deal. You know what I mean? It is a really big deal. Let me say this to the people in the comments who disagree with me about anything. Here's what you are welcome to do. You are welcome to click the request button, that little blue and pink, the little blue and pink people down below. You're free to click those people and come to the panel and then talk to me about it. Things that you aren't going to do in this space is Salam Abu Binks, good morning. What you're not going to do in this space is spam my comments. What you're not going to do is use slurs of any kind. I ask that you be respectful. And then the last one is don't type in all caps, because capitalization is reserved for my moderators and then folks that are vision impaired. Okay. I have people who follow me that are vision impaired. Yep, Carla. And so all caps are reserved for those people. So I just ask that you all do those 4 things in this space. And if you can do that, we'll get along just fine. No problem. Well, I think I am. I put too much damn lotion on my hands. My phone, I was touching my screen and it wouldn't even do anything. So give me just a second. I also need to say that if you stay in the comments and you spew misinformation, right, and disinformation, and you refuse to come to the panel to discuss what you're saying in a respectful manner with me, you will eventually get muted or booted from the live, not because you disagree with me, but because you're not interested in having a real conversation about it. Right. So I think that if you have a differing opinion of me, then we should be able to have a conversation about it. We should be able to pull up facts and information and discuss the thing that we disagree about. Okay. And if you're not able to do that, then you don't really serve a purpose. Right. So if you hold, good morning, Kat. Good morning, Rob. So if you hold a very different opinion of things than I do, that's fine. Right. and you want to say, no, that's not true, this, and that, that's fine too. But if you continue to do that, and you end up in my comments a lot, I'm gonna say, hey, come on up here, let's talk about it, right? Don't be distracting in the comments, because I got real information I want to share with people. So if I do that and I extend you an invitation and you do not come, and then you continue to spam the comments, then you will eventually be removed, just for the sanctity of the space. That's it. Okay. So hopefully everybody understands that. Good morning, Macaroni in the house. Tell Sue I said hello. Okay. So what I was saying, good morning, Mary Shaw. So what I was previously saying is that I believe the biggest takeaway from yesterday, what's up, Amy and M? How are you? I believe the biggest takeaway from yesterday's hearing, or what a testimony from Pam Bondi, if you can call it that, is that the members of the House GOP demonstrated just how compromised they are, just how much they do not work for the people anymore, just how much they are willing to forego the Robert's Rules of Orders, the rule of law, the way that things are to be done, and just having respect for Congress. You know what I mean? And when her behavior yesterday was childish, it was like a teen. You know what I mean? It was like a pouting teenager who I don't even know, but it just was not. It wasn't great. And I think it's really important, folks, that she really had no self-control, but for me it was the disrespect. For me it was the disrespect of Congress. Right, Coco, entitled. Right? Oh, good morning, Preezy. Love that. So it is wild. Let me see. So rule of law, like follow the law and don't enter the country illegally. Well, Racer, if you want to have a discussion about immigration, you're welcome to join the panel and we can talk about what are the ways to legally enter the country. And we can talk about how many people legally enter the country. We can talk about encounters if you would like. We can talk about all of that. I'm sure that you are very well versed in Title 8, along with Title 42. Right? So let's talk about that. Yeah, I know, Jay and Ice. I know. Thank you, Conchita. Well, he wasn't the only one that showed respect for any of the survivors and the people. She was saying that Massey was, and he wasn't the only one. There was another representative that asked, "What's up, Ja?" That asked for, "Hey, Dax," that asked for all of the survivors to stand up. There were people that thanked them for being there. So he wasn't the only one that did that. I think that he definitely, because he's been in there for such a long time with the survivors, I do think his position and his familiarity with them and his heart for them, it may be a little bit different from those people who maybe don't know them personally. You know what I mean? So I would just, Hey, Sage, good morning. How are you? So welcome, folks. No, she wouldn't. And she hasn't met with any of them either. Right. Which is just wild and crazy. Things that I think we should also kind of think about. What's up, Vladimir? Is I wonder why it's lost on people, or lost on some people, right? That I wonder why it's lost on some people that this administration and its DOJ and its FBI have no problem. Good morning, Sherry, getting in front of Congress and just lying, not only to Congress, but lying to the American people. We went from saying the files were on her desk to there are no files, where there are no whatever, to all of those different things, right? And to, there's nothing else to be released, to there's 2 million pages, to now there's 6 million pages, but 3.5 million pages have been you know what I'm saying? Like when is it going to be? When are we going to hold this administration accountable for the things that they do? And I really believe that that is like one of the biggest um, factors in why we need to vote for a majority Democratic Congress, right? I think that's super important, and at the same time, it has to be the other everyday issues. So, while the Trump administration is bragging about the jobs numbers for this 1 month, those jobs numbers would have been the lowest job numbers under Joe Biden. You know what I mean? It's wild that we don't put things in perspective and actually give people legitimate information. Like, are we at this point where we're not doing that? So Wanda, if you want to talk about that, so Wanda says Democrats and Republicans are both the problem. Democrats are not the solution. Would love to talk to you about it. If you want to have a respectful dialogue about, that position and why I think that is right and wrong, right? Like that in and of itself is not an accurate statement. And I think what has to happen at this point is whether you like it or not, you deal with um what you have at the time. And so the reality is that we don't have any other system that does that, right? That those are going to be your choices for Congress. Yeah, so Kat, I disagree. I disagree. I do think that it is going to happen. And I think that it's going to happen because the people are going to make it happen. And here's what I mean by that. So here's a perfect example. Okay. So in New Jersey, you had a Democratic incumbent and who was what I would consider to be an establishment Democrat. Okay. And this is an establishment Democrat that in the past has supported Israel and who has recently modified that position to be able to say, I believe that there should be stipulations and conditions put on any aid that we send to Israel, right? And so as a result of that change in position, AIPAC spent millions of dollars over maybe not millions, thousands of dollars, lots of money to put out ads against this establishment Democrat in the primaries. Well, that actually worked to the benefit of the progressive Dem who was running in the primary, because as a result of AIPAC getting mad at the person who said we need to put stipulations on our aid to Israel, as a result, the progressive Democrat who is pro-Palestine, anti-G-side, won the primary. And so what is happening is there is this shift that is taking place across this country where race after race after race, what we see are more progressive Democrats being elected. The people are choosing people that want and support what people would consider to be radical change, which is what I would just call policies for people. That's it, And so that's why I say it is happening. Good morning, Nance. Not only is it going to happen, it already is happening. It already is happening. That's the thing. Folks, if you all didn't realize, if it wasn't already happening, they wouldn't be doing the things that they're doing. Do you understand that the claims that they are already starting about fraud and about potential fraud and about mail-in ballots and about having ICE out on election day, if they were not absolutely terrified of losing these midterms significantly, those things wouldn't be happening. Those things are happening because they are terrified. Steve Bannon told them, if we don't win the midterms in 2020, we are all going to jail. And he said, me included. He literally said, he was like, me included. So Steve Bannon is aware that they are all going to jail. They are all aware of it. But so this is why you see the attitude that they have. The attitude that they have is, I must be this way. I must double, triple, quadruple down, because the opposite of that is my ass is going to prison. How many of you guys saw that one of the people responsible for doing background checks on ICE just got arrested? How many of you guys saw that? Let me see if I can pull it up for you. You didn't see that? Okay, hold on. It is crazy. So it's in Minneapolis. Okay, so listen. So and it wasn't just, so it was 30 people that were arrested. So listen, they arrested a dude who performs background checks for federal agents, including the Department of Homeland Security and ICE, during a recent sting operation for paid services. So they were investigating this ring of individuals that pay for services. Y'all know what kind of services I'm talking about, right? Those kind of services. Good morning, Irvette. And in that ring, they end up arresting one of the dudes that does background checks for ICE. And it's just absolutely wild. So this is what Chief Hodges said. This is the police chief. The police chief said, quote, the federal government has a certain agency that does all their background checks. The Department of Defense, he works for them. So he does all the ICE backgrounds, HSI backgrounds, FBI. Whenever anyone needs a security clearance, he's one of the people who does it. Not just specific to ICE, but other federal agencies as well. And so it's, this is what is wild to me, okay, is most of the people, so Congress just voted to end the tariffs on Canada. Hold on a second. Yeah. Hold on, y'all. Okay. Yeah, I came across my thing and I was like, is this something new? But no, it is. It's yesterday. Okay. I was like, why is this just not coming across my thing? Good morning, Taryn. Yeah, Amy, I was like, is there something new that I missed? You have to listen. The bots are out of control today. There are so many bots today. So many bots. Y'all, listen. Just a lot of them aren't even real people. You know what I mean? Good morning, Charlene. So, Joe, I sent you a request to join the panel. No, there was a reason given, Pokey Pam. They thought that there was a drone that flew into the airspace over the El Paso airport, and it turned out to be like some inflatable party thing. So they've reopened the airspace. But no, yeah, they shot down what they thought was a drone, and it was party balloons or a party inflatable thing or something. Yeah. Yeah. So that's what it was. The big tough United States of America. Yeah, we blew up a party balloon. Christine, I do agree with that. They are too trigger happy. Joe Smart. So listen, this is one of the things, and I said it at the beginning, and maybe you weren't in here when I said it, so I'm going to repeat myself for you, just for your benefit. Okay. You are welcome to come and join the panel. Okay. You are welcome to do that. What I'm not going to do is let you just mouth off in the comments forever and ever and be a distraction, because we're going to do things that are productive here. Right. I don't even know what have. Joe, what are you talking about? You don't have you don't have access to classified information. What in the absolute fuck are you talking about, Joe? No, a drone. A drone. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Yeah, I don't know. Okay. All right, so here we go. So let's just dive into a couple of things. So, does everyone know everyone pictured in this graphic? Is everyone familiar with all of the faces that I have on this graphic? And I could have added more, but I just stuck with these main folks right here. I saw Sandy. So does everybody over here, if you're watching over here, are you familiar with everybody? Mimi says no. Okay. Kim said, unfortunately, yes. I second that emotion. I resemble that remark. The man in the glasses is what many people would refer to as the shadow president. So the guy in the glasses, his name is Russell Vought. He is one of the main founders of and authors of Project 2025. He is the director of the Office of Management and Budget, but that's who Russell Vought is. This is Linda McMahon. She is the head of the Department of Education. And let me just say this. When you are talking about Kash Patel's eyes in here, listen, this is after I told AI to make them less exaggerated. Like, I literally was like, could you make them less exaggerated? Stop it. I was like, stop it. Good gosh. The men to the right of Vought. This is Pete Hegseth, right? And then above Pete Hegseth is Stephen Miller. I'm just saying, y'all. I really was. I was like, could you make them less exaggerated? Literally, that's what I said. Yeah, you're welcome. It's a lot, right? Okay, so listen. So one of the reasons why I say unauthorized and illegal immigrants aren't the problem, and I made a distinction between those two things because they are not one and the same. Unauthorized immigrants and illegal immigrants are not the same thing. A video of what, Mr. Wiggles? I don't open random videos in my messages. A video of what? Good morning, young boomer. When, Kat? When? This old laptop of mine, I got to fix this in my life because it's working really hard to do what I wanted to do. They do fearmonger, Beastie Boy. They do. They absolutely do fearmonger. I would agree with that, 100%. 100%. I think that they do fearmonger. Hold on one second. I need to try to find something. Yeah, no, everything that I'm seeing about that is not true. So, yeah, of what? The 9th of what? Hold on, y'all. Sorry, I'm trying to follow chat. On the 9th of what? You don't mean today, do you? You don't mean now, do you? Good morning, Mindy B. Me too, Jules. So a question came across on Facebook and it said, Danny, maybe you can fact check something. I saw on Insta and tried to look up, only found on tabloid sites, arrest in Brazil of Epstein pilot for trafficking, hoping it's true. And I'm trying to, but arrested when? I said arrested when, and then she said arrested on the 9th, reported on the 11th. And so I'm asking the 9th of what? This month? Okay, so Sergio Antonio Lopez, 60 years old, was arrested in Brazil on February 9th, 2026, on suspicion of running a child SA ring. The arrest occurred on LATAM Airlines plane at Congonhas Airport in Sao Paulo. But who's reporting this? Let me just see who's reporting this. Yeah, everywhere that I see it is nowhere reliable. So I wouldn't believe it. I just wouldn't. And I don't know if it's relevant, but it just like there's nowhere with any credibility that I can find it. There's nowhere, there's not a single site that I would consider to be credible that's saying that. So I would say no. I would say it's a hard pass. Yeah. Yeah, there's a ton of listen, there's a ton of fake stuff out there everywhere. Um oh my god. Last night or tonight? Good morning, Scott, by the way. Yeah, I don't see all the sources are like crazy Instagram, Facebook sites. Good morning, Don Juan. Good to see you. All right. Good morning, Michelle. Badass Michelle holding it down in Tennessee yesterday. Oh, we love to see it. So for those of you who do not know, Michelle is doing something incredible. Good morning, believe that. What's up, Daddy girl? Hey, Nico. So Michelle, it lives in a small town, small county in Tennessee, and has recently decided that she was going to yeah, but Mindy B, even the sites that I saw that said that he was arrested, none of them that I see are like news credible sites. But anyway, she's running for office. She's running for county commission, so she's getting involved on a local level. She's picked up her paperwork, did all the things, and so yesterday evening she attended it's kind of like a little open town hall, like a forum where everybody got a chance to speak, even though they didn't let her speak, but she got to ask some great questions, and she got to speak that way, which was fantastic and amazing. And it's great to see people. So yesterday, if you missed it, let me ask you, how many of you guys were not in here yesterday? If you were not in my live yesterday, when I role played with Michelle, put a 1 in the comments. Oh my God. Oh, okay. I'm going to download it. And I'll put it up. So I did some role plays yesterday, just like I did the day before. So the day before we were role playing with people who were trying to have tough conversations, politically triggering conversations with people in their life. And I would pretend to be the person wanting to talk about that. And then, no, they didn't, Sarah. And then they would be the person that they were trying to talk to. And so yesterday, Michelle she wanted to me to pretend to be her to see how I would respond and what I would say in response to some of the questions that were being asked. And so I'll clip that and I will put it up for people to be able to see. And maybe today we'll get a chance to do some of that as well, right? But it's really important that we get used to having really engaging conversations with people who don't think like we do, that share differing opinions, right? And I think that what I think is interesting about that, Celia B, is that sometimes when they try to quiet you, when they try to mute you, it's even more powerful than if they let you speak because people see them do it. right? People see them mistreat you. People see you, being denied your ability to do anything, right? No, I didn't hear anything about Erica Kirk selling feet pics with her mom. And to be honest, I don't care. Listen, if people get into schmeck's work or sell pictures of their feet, I don't care. I literally don't care. I don't care. I have been told I should sell pictures of my feet. I never have, but I have been told that I should. um, so, but what was incredible is instead of Michelle being peppered with questions because they wouldn't let her speak as a candidate, she actually asked the other candidates questions and she got follow-up questions in, and so people got to hear how she thinks and what her thoughts are, and how, what, like, housing came up, healthcare came up, education came up, and it was really, really good. So she did a great job, and I was really excited for that. um are you, yeah, so Matt, if you are a real person and you would like to discuss that, I'm happy to talk to you about it. I sent you an invitation. You can join the panel. I'm good, JT. How are you? Matt, you're welcome to join. We can have a conversation. Totally good with that. You know what's odd is that many, many times, especially the men, they don't join my panel. The women will sometimes, but the men, they tend to not join my panel. They just would rather sit in the comments and chip, 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 and but they don't want to come up and have a respectful, fact-based conversation. Not sure why that is. What's up, Inger? How are you? Um, yeah. So just saying. Yeah, I don't know if it is or not, right? But we shall. I thought I would extend the invitation anyway and see and see and see and see what happens, right? Just saying. Okay, so one of the reasons why I say that, good morning, Teresa. One of the reasons why I say that, well, let me say this, by the way, for those of you guys who are in the Tri Cities, Jerry Green will be in Kingsport this weekend. This Sunday, Jerry Green will be in Kingsport. She is running for governor of Tennessee, and she's running against Marsha Blackburn. So if you are interested to hear what she has to say, go check out her site. And I'm sure you can check out any of the other sites out there, Indivisible Tri-Cities or any of those places, and they will show you where she's going to be. And she's going to be in Clarksville on Friday. Cool. Cool. Yeah. So just wanted to throw that out there for people. Let me also say this. I got it confirmed yesterday. I will put up a flyer today. So how many of you guys put a 1 in the comments if you have heard of Afton Bain? She ran for the 7th Congressional District in Tennessee. Do you know who that is? Do you know who Afton is? Great. So Afton will be joining me Monday. So on Monday mornings live at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Afton will be joining me on the live. So Afton and I go way back, way, way, way back, back to my ballot health protesting days. And yeah, I met her in 2019. And she's a badass in Tennessee. She is going to run for her state representative seat again. She's in House District 51. She is not going to run for Congress again, but they are absolutely terrified of the work that she did, because she took a district that previously was like plus 24 Trump, and she cut it to plus 13. and they don't know what to do with her. And I love that for them. And I'm happy that even though she's not running for Congress, she's running for her state house seat again because Tennessee needs her greatly. And she, her background is, she was a social worker before running for a state office. She was the political director for ruralorganizing.org. And then before that, she was with Indivisible Kentucky and Indivisible Tennessee. She was the director for those two states. And so Afton is just great people. And I love her very, very much. So if you would like to hear from Afton, she's joining your Wisconsin Dem meeting Sunday. Oh, I love that for you guys, Eric. I love that. She's amazing. Make sure you tell her that you're part of the Daniken community. Afton's my peeps. Westmore, I am open to bringing other people on. I just need to be more proactive. There's somebody running for Congress in Northeast Tennessee that I need to bring on, Christy, and then I'm working on another gubernatorial candidate who I spoke with briefly yesterday via Facebook, and she connected me to her, the person who schedules her stuff. Yeah, I know he's the governor of Maryland, and so we'll talk about it. So, Blue Honey Pot, if you're referring to what I think you're referring to, I did see what was said, and hold on a second because sorry. Um, I'm not sure. Uh, I'm looking at three dots. So give me a second. I need to see what the three dots are. So when people who know that I'm live during this time message me and say, I'm going to call, I need to talk to you. So this is I'm trying to find out if anybody's bleeding, dying, like if something like dire is happening, because just saying I'm about to call you, I need to talk to you, and you know that I'm working, it makes me think that something is like super duper wrong, and so I'm trying to figure out what the fuck. All right, so are you guys talking to the trolls? Are you guys talking to the trolls? Please don't do that. Yeah, sorry you guys. Oh, well, thanks, JT. Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm checking on, Sin. That's what I'm checking on right now. And I just wish that it could be like very concise and that would be helpful. Girl, this is not an urgent thing. Somebody just scared the shit out of me and it is not urgent. We can talk about it once I'm off. For fuck's sake. Like, don't scare me. Like, real, for real, for real, for real. Don't scare me. Like, it's nothing that can't wait for 3 hours. Nobody's not like, oh my God, it literally scared me. Because I'm thinking somebody's hurt, somebody's, you know what I mean? Y'all saw my whole face changed. Anyway, okay. Good God. No, she's not a teenager anymore, but I have a daughter, a grown one. I have two. And I have three grandbabies, right? And so it just makes me like, ugh, like what in the world? Especially if you don't text me. Like I'm more of a texter than I am on the phone. I'm more of a texter. And so if you text me and say, I'm about to call you, I need to talk to you, that makes me think that it is something like for real. It's something you can't tell me via text. If you say you got to call me, that means it's something you can't tell me via text. So, holy jeez. Okay. So back to the thing about Wes Moore. Okay. So here's the thing that I didn't like. So I saw this headline that said Trump disinvited Wes Moore from the governor's meeting at the White House. And it went on to say the only Black governor in the country, right? And what irritated me about that was only one part of the story. The others, like you're making it racial when it wasn't racial. What it was political. What he did was only invite Republicans to the governor's house. It wasn't that he didn't invite Wes Moore because he's Black. It was he didn't invite him because he's Democrat. And so I don't like it when they try to use the racial issue when it is not valid. Because when you use it and it is not valid, you make it bad for Black and brown people when it is valid. Do you understand? You're literally crying fucking wolf when it's not wolf. And then when the wolf is there, people don't want to believe us. Don't do that. So it's just like wild to me. Andy Bashir talked about it. I love Andy. Now, in my opinion, EGJ, they are floating Andy out there to see how people respond to him. Because people don't particularly care for Gavin Newsom. There are some people across the country that they don't think that Gavin can carry the Democratic Party for 2028. So they are floating, in my opinion, they are floating Andy Bashir out there to see how people respond to him. That's my thought. Because I have now seen him on Colbert. He's been on The View, right? He's going to the more liberal spaces to kind of see how people respond to him. And in my opinion, Andy Bashir needs to stay in Kentucky and do what Kentucky needs. Okay. So, like real talk. Yeah, he is great. For what are my thoughts on James? I love James Tallarico. I like James Tallarico a lot. I think one of the things that I love that he does and how he does it is I love the way that he takes on people when they attempt to use religion. I think he does it in a smart way, a respectful way, and it doesn't come off as performative. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I know Gavin is a fighter. I know he's a smart guy, and I know he likes facts. I know that about Gavin. I also know that that Gavin doesn't appeal to what I would consider to be a good portion of the Democratic Party. Um, but we'll see. Yeah. So I don't know. They all have a team. So listen, you guys, they all have a team. When you talk about he's not actually tweeting, all of that stuff though is coming through the people that run his office and his team, right? So that is his take, that is his stance, and it's reflected in the way that he speaks. His social media reflects the way that he speaks about the issues regardless. And I'm talking about Gavin here, right? I'm talking about Gavin. So I'm just saying. Yeah, Jasmine is a fighter, right? I'll give you that. I don't know in Texas which one is going to be able to do what needs to be done. I don't know in Texas which of those two would be able to win. I just don't. I don't. It's. I think. Hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, listen, there have been times when Gavin complimented Trump. Like he knows that. You know what I mean? And so he knows how to play the game. And I mean, he's in California. He knows the billionaires and the centimillionaires and all the things, right? Um, and so um yeah, I know that he is not good for folks that are unhoused. I do know that. I do know that Gavin Newsom is not great for those that are unhoused. I don't know anything about his position on trans individuals. Yeah, no, Gavin is establishment, in my opinion. Gavin is establishment type Democrat, in my opinion. Yeah. So for me, any conversation about 2028 is too far ahead, right? So follow me. I am not even thinking about presidential elections. I know that the Democratic Party is because they have an issue within their party. They have an issue within their party because they don't have a base, a bench that they can just pull from that gets people excited, right? They do not have a base a bench, a deep bench where they can just pull people off and people will get behind them. And for me, the focus has to be on the midterms. For me, the midterms are the most important thing that we have facing us in this day and time, right? And I think it's really important that people stay tuned into that and stay focused on that, right? Stay focused on the SAVE Act and what's happening in Congress, right? Stay focused on the things that the people in this cabinet are doing. Stay focused on who's running in your primary in your state and who can carry it, right? Um, yeah. So Mindy B, I will tell you now, I don't believe that the 2028 candidate will be both of those two things, to be quite frank. And I don't see. Mindy B said she doesn't want to hear about a candidate in 2028 unless they're Black and preferably a woman. And number one, I don't see a Black male Democrat strong enough to carry the 2028 election. I don't see one anywhere. It's definitely not Hakeem Jeffries. It's definitely not Cory Booker. I don't see a Black Democratic candidate that is male that could even carry the nomination and compete. Nope, I don't. And so far as Black and female, the only hope in hell that you would even have of that could potentially be Kamala if she was willing to do it again, but I don't know that she is. And Michelle Obama ain't doing shit. She's already told y'all she's not running for office because Jasmine can't do it. Hey, Kiana, right? It's not, she doesn't have national appeal, not enough to win the presidency. Morning, Tim. Mom, I still don't think AOC could do it. I don't think that AOC could do it. Not nationally. I think, um, and here's my thing. There's a lot of, so let me just say this though. There's a lot of time. I think the absolute, I think we can't even get there. Guys, there's a super fan subscription available that's gifting that is up for grabs. But let me just say this, that could very well shift depending upon what happens in the midterms. Hear me when I say this, that could shift for AOC depending upon what happens in the midterms. Because once we know, I'm not begging Michelle Obama to put her family through anything else for this country. They have done and given enough. I am absolutely not ever begging Michelle Obama to run for shit. She don't got to do nothing except be Michelle Obama, and that's it. What they have endured for this country, yeah, no thanks. So it doesn't sound crazy. I know you say, well, what about Bernie? And could a Bernie AOC ticket do it? I don't know. People know that Bernie is old, but Bernie is a different kind of old. Bernie is not Chuck Grassley old. Bernie is not Mitch McConnell old. Bernie is a different kind of old where everything is still kicking on all four cylinders and, and all of that. Yeah, he's Betty White old. Exactly. He is Betty White old. Perfect. Perfect example. Perfect. He's Dolly Parton old. Yes. And so I just don't know. And so my thing is that see what I'm saying though? Here's the thing. By the time we have to get through the midterms first. The midterms are going to take the temperature of the country, and the midterms are going to tell you just how hot it is and how hot it isn't. Good morning, Crystal Intent. You feel me? The midterms are how we gauge what the public wants. So there's another super fan that has been gifted. So if you want to become a super fan and a subscriber on TikTok, somebody is gifting them. Sandy has gifted them, and you can find it right up here, but you have to claim it when she does that. Okay. And so this is why I'm saying that we absolutely have to focus on how we go about doing these midterms. How do we move the button? And by what you say? What cat? What? And by hot, you mean how progressive, right? No. So what I mean is, okay. So when I say how hot the temperature is, I mean, I mean in a couple of different ways. So how hot is the pressure and the heat on the GOP, right? What does that look like for the GOP? How many seats get flipped? How many double digit margins get reduced to single digit margins, right? How many people in that in the Democratic establishment, how many of them are successfully primaried by progressive candidates? Salam Nader, right? How many establishment Democrats are successfully primaried and upended, right, in the next 3 months? Because primaries start in March, April, May. And so that's going to be really important. Good morning, Gloria, for us to take note of, to see exactly what it's going to look like as we move forward. And for me, the biggest part of this, you think the candidate has to be someone that non-MAGA Republicans can get behind. I don't think, well, let me just say this, okay? The way that you're going to know that is by how many seats are flipped in the midterm. You're going to know that by how many double digit red districts become single digit red districts. You're going to know that after these Olympics, because you're going to be able to see after this Olympics. Geez, oh Pete, it does feel like the damn Olympics, don't it? So no one said, so Lee, that's just like that. Nobody said wait until the midterms. I don't know what you mean by wait until the midterms. What does that mean exactly? Because I don't like the things that I know, and the people that I know aren't sitting around waiting for the midterms. They're not just sitting on their ass waiting to go vote. Right? They're not doing that. And if we are doing it properly, right, we are preparing to go all out in the primaries and build the momentum from the primaries all the way up to August, and then it's hard in the paint the whole time, right? And that's what I believe is going to be necessary to move us forward. I think that it's going to have to be careful conversations, right, that are effective with people in our inner circles. And that means for every single one of you. That means for every single one of us, right? Good morning, Joe. And Sandra, no, they're not, because he can't. They're not waiting to see if he does because he can't, right? And they're waiting because it's not time, and we got to focus on the midterms, right? There's 1 minute left to claim the super fan gift at the top. But let me say this to you guys, okay? So the things that must be done, we have to be able to have really important information make it into people. So why do I have this prompt? Unauthorized and illegal immigrants aren't the problem, they are. Because we have to begin to explain to people how this thing is working and where the harm is being done, because it is absolutely not being done by unauthorized immigrants or illegal immigrants. And there is such a thing as an illegal immigrant. It's just that it's a misdemeanor. And what we know is that the vast majority of our unauthorized immigrants that come into this country are not violent criminals. We know that the violent rate is like 0.0029%. It is literally our folks. It is, yeah, they're civil offenses. 100%. Listen, if you are someone that is upset about undocumented immigrants, right, or unauthorized immigrants, if that is you, I would strongly recommend that you ask yourself, what is it that you're angry about? What is it that makes that has you so riled up, so tied in knots, so whatever? Tell me what it is. Because it's not that they are doing anything to you, and it's not that they are the problem in the country. It's not. Share with me how our unauthorized immigrant population is causing the issues in healthcare. You can't, because it's not. It's large corporations. It's healthcare corruption. It is the acquisitions and mergers within the healthcare industries. It is the reduction in competition and the increase in monopolization. That's it. And so those are the conversations that we have to have with people. You know, a lot of people don't understand. So let me just tell you all something. I don't know that people understand how difficult things are going to be. Hey, Carol, what about the millions it costs to house them? I'm not sure what you mean, because undocumented immigrants they're not getting, what do you mean that it costs to house them? They pay rent. Just like you do, Led. They pay rent or they pay their mortgages. Tell me what you mean by that. Yeah, no, people don't have a clue. Or how horrible it is going to impact us from an agriculture perspective, always from a just in a lot of different ways. People don't realize that. Okay, hold on for I'm trying to see the comments. No, I'm asking a real question. Tell me what you mean. Well, but they didn't, Charles. And so here's what I'm going to say because your account looks suspect, Charles. So if you are a real person that wants to have a real immigration conversation, do me a favor and join the panel. Because I'm pretty sure that you're not. Your account looks sus. Yeah. Chris, you're welcome to join too. No. Charles, I'm no longer having a conversation with you in the chat. You're either going to get on the panel so we can have a fluid conversation for the benefit of everybody that is listening, or you're going to end up getting muted or booted because you won't do that. Like, this is not difficult. No, that's not what it means, Don Juan. That's not what it means. But I hear you. I thought you were going to say unauthorized. Yeah. So undocumented / illegal. Those would be the same two things that I would say. Yeah, no, they're not getting in the box. Okay, can we move on? Okay, let's move on. I'm going to shift gears for a second, and this is going to seem like a little like weird because it's just going to be like a hard transition. How many of you all have heard about the weapon that we supplied to the state of Israel that literally vaporized Palestinian people? How many of you guys are familiar with this? I'll wait for you guys over here. Just this morning, Jules. Kermie said, "What the fuck?" Yeah. Okay. So, yes, cause them to be evaporated. So, the United States of America, supplied thermal and thermobaric munitions that burn at 3,500 degrees Celsius that left no trace of nearly 3,000 Palestinians. So at dawn on August the 10th, 2024, Yasmin Mahani walked through the smoking ruins of Al Tabin School in Gaza City, searching for her son, Syed. She found her husband screaming, but of Syed, there was no trace. Quote, "I went into the mosque and found myself stepping on flesh and blood," Mahani told this news organization. For an investigation that they were doing this investigation. She searched hospitals and morgues for days. We found nothing of Syed, not even a body to bury. That was the hardest part, end quote. I'll give you several sources. I'll put it in my link tree. Give me a second. Um, I'm going to give you a couple. Yeah. So Democracy Now has it. So does Al Jazeera English. So does Zateo. So I will put all three of those links into my link tree so that you have it. Okay. And then I'm going to finish reading the article. Okay. By the way, if you don't know what 2,500 degrees Celsius is, that's 4,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Just so you know. What's up, Baltu? A little bit. Let me put this in my link tree. I'm going to put this in. Give me a second because I have to create a little collection. Yeah, basically the sun, Merlot, 100%. So let me put another link in here for you real quick. Oh, I need this link. I'm putting them in my link tree for you guys so that you can read it and share it at your leisure. This is it. And so I'm putting 3 different links in there so that there are 3 different sources that you have them at your disposal. And I'm going to put them in one little collection, and it's going to say U.S. thermo munitions, Israel. Okay, and so now I am going to move all of these 3 links into that one collection. So it's at the very top of my link tree. So there's all 3 of them there for you. Okay. So let me go ahead and finish reading this article. Bear with me. Y'all doing okay over here? Okay. I don't know what's happening right now. I don't know what's happening in the comments, but Mindy B, that's my mama. I don't know what's happening in the comments, but that's my mama. So you got to take it down a notch. Yeah, I went back and read the thread. So I'll bring you guys up to speed. The conversation, remember when I told you that Mindy B said that the next candidate needed to be Black and preferably a woman? My mom's comment back to that was my mom's comment to that was, we're not going to get hung up on gender. We must get out of this administration's mentality. And and then my mom goes on to say, don't forget that there are women like Ghislaine Maxwell that were also involved in it. And then it became this thing about her saying it's 90%. And then this is what made me speak is Mindy B said, miss me with that shit. And you can't talk to my mama like that. But she didn't say both sides are, Mindy, that's not what she said. Please don't act like she said both sides are the same, because that's not what she said. What she said is that we can't afford to get hung up on gender when we need to get out of this administration. Yes, Coco. So listen, I'm here on TikTok. I'm also on Facebook. I'm also on YouTube, and I'm also on Substack. No, which Sandy's already there, but yeah, it's okay. But I just so Mindy is saying, "Oh, hey, Mama, I love you. I'm just not interested in discussing any both sides." But that's not what she said. She didn't say both sides. Yeah, because listen, the same way that I said, you're going to have to vote for Democrats even if you don't fucking like them. If the more progressive Democrat does not win the primary, you're going to have to vote for a Dem even if you don't like them. I don't give a shit. And I don't care what gender they are. And so this is not a conversation of both sides are the same, or that there's just as many. What the point that she made was, while you're saying that 98% of men are 98% of peds are men, yeah, the whole thing is that number one, we're not going to get an all-female administration anytime soon. We're not going to get an all-female Congress. We're not going to get those things. So the reality is that what's most important right now, and which is the point that I believe that my mom was making, is that we have to get rid of this administration. Yeah, but she didn't list 3 or 4 female perpetrators. Yeah, but you were responding to my mama. And she wasn't saying, yeah, but women do it too. That's not what she was saying. She was saying we're not going to get hung up on gender, which is not the same thing as saying, but women do it too. Yeah, and I know that you didn't know that that's my mom, and I know that you've come down or whatever. I just want us to be clear. It is not helpful when we attack each other, right? It's not helpful when we attack each other. This is part of the issue within the progressive and democratic and liberal community. And we have to start listening to what people are saying and not responding to what, right. But that was her clarification. The first thing she said was, we're not going to get hung up on gender because we need to get out of this administration. And then to support what she said was, hey, listen, there are also female perpetrators. But what she said it was not said in a way to diminish the responsibility of men in what they do. What she said was said in a way to be pragmatic about the situation that we are facing and how we have to approach it. And so it's really important, folks, when we are talking to people, let me just say this, when we are talking to each other, it is super important that you're not responding to people from your trauma, or from your hurt, or from your anger, or from the other 5 people that pissed you the fuck off, so you just assume that they're like the other 20, 30 people. If I assumed that every person that I talk to is just like the other one, I would have never met Sherry. I would have never met Southern Accent. I would have never met Felix. I would have never met Sean. I would have never met those people, because I would have assumed about them, and I would have kicked them off my panel like everybody was asking me to before we got to a place of understanding. And this is what I say when I say that there are Democrats and progressives out there that you hold responsibility for some of the shit that happened and why we didn't win in 2024. The whole time you're sitting around talking about how dumb Trump supporters are, you're part of the fucking problem. The time that you spend arguing and demeaning other people. That's part of the problem. Okay, so Mindy Bean, I hear you, and you know that I've known you on my platforms for years now. But let me just say this: when you say you're genuinely sorry and you have nothing but love and admiration for her, and then you say, but as a victim, it's always triggering. Then here's what I would say, right? Because I'm also a survivor. I'm also a survivor, right? And so it is our responsibility to be able to manage our triggers. It is our responsibility to do the work necessary and to engage in spaces, right, where we know that we're able to do that. So I'm just saying we have to be responsible for our own triggers and our own reactions. And especially in this space, in the political space that we are in right now, let me say this for real, for real. If you are a survivor and you're into social media right now, when you know the e-files are, front and center, when you see a prompt that has, his face on it, if you're not able, if those types of things can be triggering to you, for you and for everyone, it might be better to just like not engage at that moment. You know what I mean? So Mindy didn't mean any harm. She would never intentionally attack my mom. Um, right. I hear you. I'm just saying, okay? So deep breath, everyone. We're gonna be fine. I don't remember what the fuck I was even talking about before this. I was talking about um well, Ellen, they did. They did. So listen, he had multiple okay, well, he had multiple young girls that he procured when they were minors, and then they were groomed and used as recruitment tools. There were several of them. Three of them are listed in his non-prosecutorial agreement. Yeah, three of them are listed in the deal that he got back in 2007. Okay, so I think the thing that I was talking about right now, I think, um, y'all, Jason is gone. I invited him to come up. Jason didn't come up. Jason's ass got blocked. Jason ain't here no more. Thank you, Veronica. So, what I was talking about prior is that the United States of America gave Israel thermo munitions. Those thermo munitions were used to literally vaporize 3,000 Palestinians in Gaza City, August 10th, 2024. Well, it's almost 3,000. That's the average number. So that's the rounded up number. So let me tell you what it is. It is 2,842 Palestinians have, quote, evaporated since the conflict began in October 2023, leaving behind no remains other than blood spray or small fragments of flesh. Experts and witnesses attributed this phenomenon to Israel's systematic use of internationally prohibited Thermal and thermobaric weapons, often referred to as vacuum or aerosol booms, capable of generating temperatures exceeding 35,000 degrees Celsius, which is 6,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The figure of 2,842 is not an estimate. Listen to this, you guys. This is not an estimate. This is a grim result of forensic accounting by Gaza's civil defense. So Mohammed Basil spoke to Al Jazeera and said that the teams used a method of elimination at strike sites. We entered a targeted home and cross-referenced the known number of occupants with the bodies they recovered. If a family tells us there were 5 people inside and we only recovered 3 intact bodies, we treat the remaining 2 as evaporated only after an exhaustive search yields nothing but biological traces, blood spray on walls, or small fragments of like scalps, he added. The chemistry of erasure. The investigation detailed how specific chemical compositions in Israeli munitions turn human bodies into ash in seconds. Vasily Fatigarov, who's a Russian military expert, explained that the thermobaric weapons do not just unalive, they obliterate matter. Unlike conventional explosives, these weapons disperse a cloud of fuel that it then ignites to create an enormous fireball and a vacuum effect. Quote, to prolong the burning time, powders of aluminum, magnesium, and titanium are added to the chemical mixture. This raises the temperature of the explosion to between 2,500 and 3,000 degrees Celsius, which is between 4,500 and 5,400 degrees Fahrenheit. According to the investigation, the intense heat is often generated by tritonal, which is a mixture of TNT and aluminum powder that is used in US-made boom booms like the MK-84. I want to show you guys something over here. All right, so let me show you. If you are, I'll show you guys too. Okay, let me take down this background. When did this report post? Well, I've got 3 different ones pulled up, Ellen. This one from Zateo reported on the 10th. This one from Al Jazeera reported on the 10th. It looks like the 10th is when the most of them reported. So hold on. I'm going to show you guys, okay? So that you can see what I was showing to the other folks. Okay, so this is what it looks like, and this is the crater that it leaves behind. That's the actual device, and it leaves a crater that big. Now, I don't know if you all caught what I said at the very beginning of this. What I said at the very beginning is that these thermobaric weapons are outlawed internationally, right? I'm going to go back up to the beginning of the article. And it says, hold on one second. Mm-hmm. Hold on, guys. I want to find the sentence. Yeah, this would have been, yeah, Sherry, 100%. This was under Joe Biden. Yes. 100%. So listen, I keep saying this to people, right? When it comes to Palestine, Palestine is a Democratic and Republican failure. Palestine is a total US failure. The same way the e-files are a total US failure. These two things have nothing to do with political parties. Yeah, so experts, I'm going to read this part again. Experts and witnesses attributed this phenomenon to Israel's systemic use of internationally prohibited thermal and thermobaric weapons, referred to as vacuum or aerosol boom booms, right? So for me, I go, okay, well, are we not guilty of war crimes? Like, if we're, why are we giving these? How can we give them if they are internationally prohibited? Why are we doing that? So, um, Dr. Munir Albursh, who's the Director General of the Palestinian Ministry of Health in Gaza, explained the biological impact of such extreme heat on the human body, which is composed of roughly 80% water. Quote, the boiling point of water is 100 degrees Celsius, which is 212 degrees Fahrenheit. When a body is exposed to energy exceeding 3,000 degrees, combined with massive pressure and oxidation, the fluids boil instantly. The tissues vaporize and turn to ash. It is chemically inevitable, end quote. There are, yeah. The investigation identified specific U.S. manufactured munitions used in Gaza that are linked to these disappearances. The first is the MK-84, which is called the Hammer. It is a 2,000-pound unguided boom boom packed with tritonal generants, and it generates heat of up to 3,500 degrees or 6,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The BLU 109 bunker buster was used in an attack on El Mawasi, which is an area that Israel had declared a safe zone for forcibly displaced Palestinians in September of 2024. It evaporated 22 people. It has a steel casing and a delayed fuse burying itself before detonating a PBXN 109 explosive mix. This creates a large fireball inside enclosed spaces, incinerating everything within reach. And then the GBU-39. This precision glide boom boom was used in the Al Tamin school attack. It uses the AFX 757 explosive. The GBU-39 is designed to keep the building structure relatively intact while destroying everything inside. And this is a quote, it kills via a pressure wave that ruptures lungs and a thermal wave that incinerates soft tissue. I think, yeah, it is outlawed. It is outlawed internationally. Hey, Veronica, you went to Facebook. Um, you know, y'all, what does it say about us? And not just Trump, but what does it say about our members of Congress? It is our members of Congress, you all, that are passing, that are doing these bills and this funding and sending the munitions to Israel. It's our members of Congress. I remember standing face to face with Tim Kaine and asking him about his $600,000 from pro-Israeli PACs, and him saying to me that he didn't took any money from any particular PAC, and then he tried to tell me that it was about that Israel has a right to defend itself, which is their line that they use all the time. And then he went on to say that, we only send defensive weapons. And I said, now listen, I'm a veteran too. You and I both know that defensive weapons can be used defensively. And then he kind of like smirked a little bit. He was like, well, yeah, it's difficult. No, it's not difficult. You just don't give it to them. And there's no justification for giving a country, the state of Israel, a weapon that is outlawed. Yeah, I mean, Veronica, these things happened. I don't know when they got the weapons because we give them weapons and things all the time. So I don't know when they got these specifically, but what we do know is that this occurred in August and September of 2024, right? No, Anna Marie, I don't know because all are not bad. All are not bad. So listen, guys, we have to stop saying things like this side's better or that side's better because there's corruption within both sides. But we have to talk about the difference between no, this is in 2024 invisible string, not 2025. And we have to start holding people individually accountable for what they do. Right? So, we want something that makes it super easy. Oh, if I say all Dems are bad, then that's easy. If I say all Republicans are bad, then that's easy, right? Because but the truth of the matter is it's much more complex than that. And here's where it does get simple in terms of voting. Okay. It gets simple with regard to voting when we talk about domestic policy issues. Okay? So when we talk about domestic policy issues, generally speaking, okay, you will see the policies that come from the GOP, from the Republican side on domestic policy issues favor corporations and the elite / really rich. That's what they favor. When we talk about domestic policy that actually benefits working, middle class, lower class people, right? The working poor, if you will, that tends and in terms of inclusions and marginalized people, those policies tend to come from Democratic candidates. And like that's just a fact when you look at the policies and who's sponsoring the legislation. Like that just is. And so for right now, the biggest thing for me with the Republican Party and the GOPs is real simple. Even the people that don't support what's happening don't have the integrity to stand up to the people that are doing wrong. That's the problem. That's why all of you have to go. Right now, Thomas Massey is about the only Republican I'm cool keeping. Everybody else, see ya. And the reality is you're not being judged because you have an R behind your name. You are being evaluated, and I am believing who you have shown me you are. You have demonstrated that you will not stand up for the people. You have demonstrated repeatedly that you will do the bidding of this administration at the will of whoever is behind this, and you will not take up for people. So once you demonstrate that, I have no choice but to judge you by your actions. I have to watch your fruit. I have to see not only what you say, but what you do. And so that means no matter what, you got to go. There must be a Democratic majority in Congress. And then progressives, liberals, humanist, whatever you call yourselves, right? Whatever you call yourselves, then what must happen is a continued pressure applied to those people in office on the Democratic side of the House, because they must close the loopholes that this administration has exploited to put us in the position that we're in. What they must do is get on one accord about the future of the country. What they must do is begin to work with those folks that are in the, like Massey, right? Work with Massey, people like that, who are willing to impeach and remove people like Pam Bondi and Kristi Noem and RFK Jr. and Pete Hegseth. Like, what would Americans think if they realized we were selling weapons that literally evaporate people? Why? Why are we supplying Israel with weapons that evaporate people? Like, why would that ever be a thing that you would support? You know? Yeah. But when I saw that, I wanted to talk to you all about it today in case you had not seen it, so that you would see it, that you would know about it. I also have something pulled up. How many of you all know about why is this thing acting real crazy right now? I don't want that. Do I have 1,000 things pulled up right now and I need to get rid of them? Is that the problem? Remember, Congress allots what we give. Congress allots what we give. Am I going to do the right thing? I'm trying to fix this so that this doesn't crash over here. Okay, I'm back. Okay, that's better, right? Is that better? Okay, so I have another one for you guys that I want to know. How many of you all are familiar with the former beauty pageant individual that Donald Trump nominated to be on a particular committee, and she was removed from the committee yesterday because she refused to align with Zionism? Did you all know about this? Okay, you read about it this morning, Winn-Dixie? All right, so here we go. Okay, her name is Carrie Prejean Bowler. She's a former Miss California. And so she was removed. Now, it's interesting where you read this from. Has it? Well, we'll just start a new one, I guess. Oh, now it's going. Now it's going, Veronica. Appreciate you. Okay, so hold on, guys. I'm gonna give you this. So depending upon who you read this from. So if you read the article from the Middle East Monitor, it sounds very different than if you read it from Jewish Insider, as you can imagine. Um, but she was removed after she and another member, Samir Munshi, questioned some things. So let me see if I can find for you. Mm. Okay, so here's a different one. Oh, since this morning, more articles have come out about it. Well, that's interesting. Okay, so let me just see how these folks frame it. Okay, so this is the Liberty Commission. It's the Religious Liberty Commission. Okay, and this woman is a Catholic activist, right? And she was ousted after from the commission after multiple heated exchanges around Israel and quote unquote anti-Semitism. And she's a model and a former beauty pageant title holder turned activist. And she was removed from the White House Religious Liberty Commission on Wednesday after a fiery hearing on Monday. During the hearing, which focused on anti-Semitism, Bowler clashed with several people, including a rabbi and Seth Dillon, who's the CEO of the conservative satirical site, The Babylon Bee. He was speaking out against what he argued was growing anti-Semitism on the right. Turning Point USA, y'all hear him? Bowler repeatedly pressed the question of whether anti-Zionism is always anti-Semitism. And she even defended conservative podcaster Candace Owens, who has long been accused of anti-Semitism. And the chair of the commission, Texas Lieutenant General Dan Patrick, said on Wednesday in a post on X that he made the decision to remove her because, quote, no member of the commission has the right to hijack a hearing for their own personal and political agenda on any issue, end quote. She questioned his authority to do that, saying that Trump was the one who appointed her. And then she goes on to say, quote, unless and until I receive written notice from the president of the United States requesting my removal, I will continue to defend religious freedom for all religions on this commission, end quote. And she said that in an open post, a letter on X. Laura Loomer weighed in, of course, and she said that she was happy to remove her, blah, 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 blah. So anyway, yeah. So there is this thing that is happening. And this is another thing that kind of, I don't know whether I should say this or not, but it brings me joy. And I'm going to tell you what brings me joy about this. When I look at what's happening right here, and when I look at what happened in New Jersey, this brings me joy because they are infighting. So this position that Charlie Kirk had, this America's First position, is actually becoming an issue within the right? Because there are people that are saying, oh, you guys aren't America first, you're Israel first. And that's a problem, right? And so as that sentiment grows within the Republican Party and within the right, you are seeing the old establishment of the Republicans having a hard time and saying, absolutely not. This is the way that we do things. And the new folks are like, well, no, we're not. Okay. And so when I look at that, yeah, they are imploding on TikTok, Veronica, 100%. And so it's just really interesting to see how this is happening from Tucker Carlson, Ben Shapiro, Steve Bannon, all those guys going at each other on the Turning Point USA at the Turning Point USA event. It's just wild. It is wild to see. And so, yeah, that does bring me joy. So now the other part of that is this. So here's what you have. Look at this, at the situation. You've got these groups, these two groups of people that's supposed to be America's First, but their congresspersons are flying Israeli flags outside their office, and their state representatives are wearing a pin that says fucking 50 states, one Israel, right? And so you've got the MAGA first, America first, whatever people saying, absolutely not. We don't like this. Okay. And now at the same time, you have got progressive Democrats that are tired of the establishment, that want something different, and that are now stepping up to primary establishment Democrats And those establishment Democrats now understand that they have to take a more moderate stance at the very least when it comes to Israel and Palestine. So now what you have is AIPAC that used to spend a ton of money supporting those moderate Democrats who is now going against those moderate Democrats. Therefore, the very progressive Democrats are winning their fucking primaries and winning their races. So because of the infighting within the GOP and because of the moderate Dems' inability to continue to hold that Israel line if they want the progressive vote, you now see more progressive individuals being able to run for office and win even against established Democrats. Love you too, Nor. You know what I'm saying? That's beautiful. Just chef's kiss. And so let me tell you what, AIPAC may end up doing progressive Democrats a fucking favor. Because the more money that AIPAC spends to get rid of establishment Dems, the easier it becomes for more progressive candidates to primary them, to beat them, and to fill those Republican seats. Because at the same time that that's happening, you have the Republican Party going toe-to-toe with each other. They are literally making the way for us. And people are tired of it. Listen, when you watch a Turning Point USA video and you see a little young, clean-cut, look like he want to be, little Lambda Democrat, whatever fraternity brother, right? And he's at the microphone and he's saying, but what about, why did Israel, what about the USS Liberty? The fact that you have these dudes asking, oh, fuck. Hold on. I'm sorry. I want to see this. You have those guys asking about the USS Liberty, right? Which is actually one of the worst attacks on a US ship. Did y'all know that the survivors and the veterans of the USS Liberty have created a website to tell their stories and to tell people how the American government did nothing about them being attacked? Did you know that? They sure do. They make videos, they're on social media, they have a whole website. If you do not know that it was the state of Israel that attacked the USS Liberty and unalived our men and our country didn't do shit, now you know. Now you know. Okay, so let me see if I can pull the website up for you really quickly. So, well, wait, put a pin in it. Wait, put a pin in it. Let me get to it for you. Hold on. I just need to see something real quick. The U.S. antitrust chief, Gail Slater, was just ousted from the Trump Justice Department. Wow. Hey, Smash Mouth, is that a threat? I just want to be clear. It means that the person in charge of antitrust within the Department of Justice was just removed, was just ousted from her position. Girl, yeah, Slim Shady. You saw how quick I did that shit? Yeah. Because, play dumb games, win stupid prizes. I'm just, So, listen, JD Vance, Pam Bondi did not want her anymore. So her name is Gail Slater. Right, Desi. So listen, Gail Slater, the head of the U.S. Justice Department's antitrust division, was forced out of the Trump administration on Thursday after a turbulent tenure and months of simmering tensions with senior cabinet officials, according to two people directly familiar with the matter. Quote, it is with great sadness and abiding hope that I leave my role as AAG, Assistant Attorney General for Antitrust today. She put up a post announcing her departure. She was given the option to resign or be let go. Her defenestration followed a strained relationship with the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, who had reiterated to the White House in recent weeks that their differences over the direction and management of the division were irreconcilable. Slater found herself isolated outside of the department, most notably with J.D. Vance, once her most powerful ally, who grew weary of her invoking his name to colleagues and claiming that she had his protection despite his repeated objections to her doing so, one of the people said. The decision is a victory for Bondi and a clutch of Trump allies who started to grow increasingly frustrated with Slater last summer when she sought to block a $14 billion merger between Hewlett-Packard Enterprise and Juniper Networks, which is a cloud and computing and software company. Supporters of Slater have portrayed her as an antitrust purist, deeply skeptical of Trump allies and lobbyists, but her skepticism of corporate mergers led critics to allege she was more interested in advancing her own agenda than the business-friendly stance of the administration. Yeah, so they wanted more monopolies. She did not. And J.D. Vance stood with her, and she let people know that after he said, don't use my name anymore. And so now, yeah, they pushed her out. She's out. She's out. That's what made me go, shit, because they keep gutting the people within our departments. And yeah, they want less accountability. They call it less federal regulation, less oversight, but it's less accountability, Merlot. You got it. 100%. It's less accountability. I can't even read that one yet. Okay, so where was I going? I was going with something before. Okay, so USS Liberty. I am actually on the Navy's website. So whenever you go to a military website, it says .mil on it, M-I-L, M as in Mary, I as in Indigo, L as in Lima, right? And so this is labeled as the quote unquote, the Arab-Israeli quote unquote 6-day war and the attack on USS Liberty, June 1967. I also want to look at something. So it's called ussliberty.org. Okay, ussliberty.org is the name of the site. Okay. And so this is from the USS Liberty Veterans Association. And it says, bringing the truth in all capital letters of what happened on June 8th, 1967 to the USS Liberty and to the American people. And so I'm going to read the veterans account of it, not the historical account of it, because veterans don't get to write history much. So here we go. So, and it says honor the 34. There are actually 34 survivors. I don't know if you know that or not, but yeah. So let me see if I can find. Damn. So there were 34. I'm sorry, I got it mixed up. There are 34 that were killed. There were 34 people that were unalived in the attack. Sorry, guys. And I'm going to see if it tells me how many survivors are on it. Yeah, they have the names and the pictures. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They have 8 survivors whose names and pictures are up right now on the website. So, yeah, so basically what happened during this event is that what happened during this event is that our ship had our flags flying clearly and yeah. Um, hold on, guys. I wish people would just stay on topic. All right. So, in response to escalating Palestinian and Israeli hostilities, right, they knew it was a U.S. ship. The USS Liberty was operating in the Mediterranean in international waters, conducting an intelligence collection mission. The Sixth Fleet had received orders in late May to move into the region in response to the withdrawal of the UN emergency forces from Sinai. While operating off the north coast of the Sinai Peninsula on the afternoon of 8 June, in the midst of the sorry guys, I lost my place. The Liberty was attacked with multiple strafing runs by two unidentified jet fighters, presumed to be Israeli. 20 minutes later, after first circling the Liberty, three motor torpedo boats from Israeli MTB Division 914 closed in at high speeds and launched 5 torpedoes, of which one, fired from T-203, hit the ship and exploded between frames 53 to 66, tearing a teardrop-shaped hole in the starboard side, 39 feet across from its widest point. 20 members of the crew were killed instantly. Of the 293 personnel that were U.S. Personnel on board the ship, 34, which 31 were sailors, 2 Marines, and 1 National Security Agency civilian were killed, and another 170 wounded. So what doesn't surprise me, hey, facts people, good to see you. What doesn't surprise me is that, hey, Tom, good to see you. Welcome in, facts people. So, we talked about last year the fact that we had an Israeli American, a Palestinian American teenager that was arrested and kept in an Israeli prison for 10 months in 2025. Right? How many of you all know that? Hey, facts people, good to see you. Thanks for joining. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. How many of you all, Grant, you did not know? Okay. So let me just, this might be the simpler way. If you did not know that we had a teenage American citizen kept in an Israeli prison last year for 10 months, could you put a 1 in the comments for me? If that was something that you were not aware of until this moment, let me know. What's up, Candy? Wow. Okay. So his name is Mohammed Ibrahim. He was released on Thanksgiving Day, finally. Do you all remember in October when Donald Trump went to visit Israel and it was the whole like fake ass ceasefire thing that happened? Do you remember that? He was there then and we did nothing about it. He was kept from February until Thanksgiving Day. He was 15, Jules. He was not 17. He was 15 years old. His name is Mohammed Ibrahim. And back in August, there were non-governmental organizations as well as Mohammed Ibrahim's family who were contacting the State Department asking Marco Rubio to do something to get this American kid out of an Israeli prison. And it's an Israeli torture prison. Right. He's a kid. And you should see the difference between when he, I think I have it, when he went, when he, like before and after. So let me see if I can get it for you. There he is. So I'm going to share my screen with you guys over here, and then I'm going to show you guys over here, just so that you can see him. This was, let me take my background down for you all. So this was him prior to. See this kid right here? This was him prior to. This is him when he was released. He lost so much weight. There he is. This is him when he was released. This was him before. This is him when he was released. So oh, I didn't even see all these damn comments. Sorry, you guys over here. It wasn't going up. They stopped, your comments stopped scrolling, and now they all came in. Okay. So here's what they alleged. The Israeli police alleged that he and another boy that were supposedly there had thrown rocks at a car. That's what they alleged. Okay. But there's actually no proof that he threw rocks at a car. But he was picked up, and he's a Palestinian American, and he was picked up and he was put into an Israeli prison. And he was there for 10 months. Yeah, that's it. And it only happened after his release only occurred after one member of Congress actually made a social media post about it, saying that we should do something. Now, keep in mind, there had been churches and other organizations and this boy's parents that had contacted Marco Rubio and the State Department's office saying, please do something and get our son. They're saying he's being beaten, he's being starved, he's being whatever, come get our son. And, I want you all to remember that back in August of last year, we had a couple hundred members of Congress, not Congress, but state legislatures. We had members of state legislatures, over 200 of them, that went over to Israel, all expenses paid. Y'all remember this? So I want you to keep in mind that state legislators went to Israel while he was locked up. I want you to remember that Trump went there while he was locked up. I want you to remember that we went to Israel, that our elected officials went to Israel while he was locked up. So it is no surprise. And so the reason that we started talking about this, you all, is because there is a huge rift that is happening within the GOP because of the America First agenda that seems to only not be true when it comes to Israel, right? Because then all of a sudden it becomes Israel first. And so what happens is they are kind of going at each other. Appreciate it. Yep, it's me. And so that's allowing progressives and more progressives to move forward and even overthrow establishment Democrats, which is what happened in the Democratic primary in New Jersey just the other day. Okay. And so it's important for people to understand that this isn't anything new. Rachel Corrie's the same thing. So I know that those of you guys that have been here with me, you already know this, but for other people that don't know, give me a second. So if you don't know Rachel Corrie, if you've never heard that name before, put a 1 in the comments. If you don't know the name Rachel Corrie, put a 1 in the comments for me. Okay. So Rachel Corrie was a 23-year-old blonde-haired American citizen that was in Palestine. She was an activist. She was in Gaza. And she was standing in front of an Israeli bulldozer because they were going to demolish a Palestinian's home. They continue to take their home and their land. You see her? That's her in the red shirt. They ran over her with the Israeli bulldozer. They ran over her with an Israeli bulldozer in 2003. Yes way. That article that I'm holding up is from NPR. I will put that article in my link tree as well. How about that for you guys? So I think that this is really important. Yeah, I did share that with you guys, with my folks that have been with me for a while. But a lot of people that are in here, maybe they haven't been with me that long, or they are not familiar. But the reason why I'm connecting all of these dots together, right, is because it is important for us to know what our government allows to happen to even our own citizens, right? Yep, if you just Google her name, Corrie is spelled Corrie. But folks, I saw a clip the other day. Do y'all know how important Ramadan is to Muslims? It's pretty important. Ramadan is special. And so during Ramadan, they don't eat from the time the sun comes up till the sun goes down. So I watched a Palestinian man talk about when he was in prison, in an Israeli prison, and he said they would watch them on the cameras feed. They would hide their food, right? So like when the meals were brought in for breakfast, and then when the meals were brought in for lunch, they would hide their food because they're not going to eat during the daylight because it's Ramadan. And they were hiding it to try to be able to eat it at night. And the Israeli guards would come in, go to their food, and trash it, dump it over, pour it out, step in it during Ramadan, so they didn't have food at all. The thing that really bothers me, and I said this the other day, and I just really want people to understand something. We do not have to be the way we are and support the things we do. It's not, listen, when people say, oh, that's just the way the world is, well, not to sound real like, I don't know, cheesy, but we are the world. If the world is a certain way, it is because we are that way, or we are allowing it to be that way, or we are condoning it to be that way. We are supporting it to be that way. And the thing is it does not have to be this way. We don't have to allow it to be this way. And that's my thing. People who are saying, oh, this is just the way it is. Well, no, that's just the way that it's been, but it's not the way that we are going to be. I'm not running for office, Cherry Blossom. I keep telling people that. That's not my path. That's not my path. It's just not. I am more effective doing what I do right now. Now, what did I do yesterday? I role played with somebody who is going to run for office. So she was better equipped to be in the room that she was in and take questions from a really conservative group of people. What did I do this morning? I helped another candidate with some statements around healthcare before they are going somewhere this weekend, right? Yeah, but when you are in, so let me just tell you what I'm not going to do for anybody. I'm not going to sit in front of a TV somewhere or in front of a room full of phone banking asking regular everyday people for $5 to $10 so that the Democratic Party knows I can raise them a shit ton of money to spend on celebrities and big ass events. I'm not doing that. I'm not. Like, I'm just not. It's not a thing. And what I would rather do is be of service to both people and people running for office and help those people navigate their spaces. And hopefully, the things that you all love about me rub off onto some of those candidates. And so you get people who are themselves with a little bit of Dani in it, right? And then they can go do, you know what I'm saying? People have been asking me to run for office for 10 years. I'm not running for office. I don't want to be a cog in the wheel. I don't have a desire to I do no, like here's the thing. It doesn't happen every day, but almost every single day that I am in here on here, somebody says, "Oh my God, I never knew that. I learned that." Somebody says, "This was really helpful to me." Somebody says, "This is da 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 da," right? So I am literally accomplishing something right now. And then this spreads. And like, that's the thing. I would rather do that all day, every day. Like, I'm a people person. I'm about people. I want everyone to do well. I want everyone to be well, right? Um, and I do believe that most people would show up differently if they knew the information that I give here. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have cussed out Pam Bondi. I wouldn't have cussed her out. Um, but what I would have done, oh, I would have handled her much differently, right? So, and Ted Lieu, he did it and kind of didn't, right? Um, so with Pam Bondi, you just have to be, um, yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, she is somebody that, like, I know her type, I know her kind. Um, and so, like, for me, I don't know if you all know this or not, but the Wexner name has been out in those files for a long time. Like, people have known the Wexner association with the files for a long time. Right, Cheryl, I get you. And so for me, what I would what I want is I want a name that I don't know that is relevant to me. Don't give me the name of 4 or 5 foreign nationals that don't have anything to do with the United States of America, and then give me a name that we've already fucking known forever. Rokana. Give me a different name. Give me a name that's going to roll some heads. If you're going to name names on the floor of Congress where you are protected to do so, then give me the names that actually matter. Like, if we're going to do it, then do it. Hey, Lanny. Yeah. So, going back, because it is all connected. So do you all do understand? For those of you, we talk about APAC all the time, but I want to draw your attention to a couple of political PACs and then another organization that is not a political PAC, but is absolutely 100% involved in our politics. Can we do that? Okay. So number one, everybody knows APAC, AIPAC, APAC, right? So for those of you all who do not know, in 2024, APAC spent more than $53 million on our elections. That one political PAC. Thank you, Britt B. Did you all know that? $53 million on our elections, on our members of Congress in 2024. Now, that doesn't include what NORPAC spent, what J Street spent. It doesn't negate that. And I want you to understand that that was for both sides of Congress. So House leadership on both sides are on APAC's website, literally side by side. Jeffries, right along with Johnson. Side by side, people. Did you know that APAC raised more money for the Congressional Black Caucus than any other political PAC out there? Did you know that? Same thing for the Hispanic Caucus as well. Why? Because those folks running for office don't typically come from affluent families. They're not typically lawyers or whatever. And so they don't have the backing, and they don't have a community around them, right? That's going to put 100 G's in their campaign. They don't have $100,000 that somebody else is going to drop in their campaign. So you get a political PAC like APAC that says, hey, listen, vote along policies that's in Israel's best interest, and we will fund your campaign. Yes, APAC buys it's both sides. And there's another organization called Kufi. Now, Kofi got smart a couple of years ago. Kufi got smart. They had a political PAC, but they don't do donations via their political PAC anymore. But if you go to Kufi's website, it's run by John Hagee with his gluttonous ass. Christians United for Israel. That's Kufi. CUFI. So, guys, yeah. It's in my link tree. Oh yeah, go to their Facebook page, Carla. Go to Kufi's Facebook page. Literally anything that you speak against the state of Israel, they say is anti-Semitic. AIPAC lobbies on behalf of Israel. It's AIPAC. Yeah, AIPAC is lobbying on behalf of Israel. That's their whole purpose. And when you go to AIPAC's website, you will literally see all the members of Congress. And now AIPAC is trying to go to a state level. Listen, they invited and hosted 225 state legislators to go to Israel. They're trying to come down on a state level. So thanks, Britta B. I really do appreciate it. I really do. And so these are the things that we have to know. You can't hold your members of Congress accountable or your state representatives accountable if you don't know that they are going on all expense paid trips to Israel and kissing the damn wall. Listen, there's not a single member of Congress that should be wearing a pin that says 50 states, one Israel. It should be 50 states, one USA, because it should be those 50 states united under one federal government. So when you talk about what do we do, yeah, I don't even know if some of y'all know this or not, but our police force has been being trained by the IOF. So listen, it's the IDF, which is the Israeli Defense Forces, but they're not defensive, they're offensive. So it's IOF, right? But listen, yeah, MTG was not invited. She did not go to Israel. No, she did not. So listen, the Israeli offensive forces, the guys that are over there committing genocide against Palestinians, have been training our police forces for years now. Y'all know that, right? They have been training our police officers for years. Yeah, you can go look it up. Just type in U.S. police forces trained by IDF. It'll come up. It'll come up. You know, when people ask me, so what do we do about it all? I'm going to tell you what we do about it all. Okay. So the first thing first is what we're doing right now. This information, when you leave here, if you learn something from me that you did not know prior to this, when you leave, you got to go tell 5 people and then bring their ass with you the next time you come to my live, or send them when you ain't coming. It don't matter. But you have to share the information, right? Oh, there's an article about way more than that, Crystal. Amnesty International has written articles about them training our police. Okay? Because these conversations are critical. We impact people who look like us, who live in our communities, who are part of our circles of influence. That's our greatest opportunity for influence. Okay? Next, get ready for these damn primaries. Find out when your primaries are. You need to check your voter registration regularly. Make sure you have your ID. All those things must be done, and you have to stay on top of it. Don't fuck around and let them purge you off them rolls. Absolutely not. And you got to prepare, right? So listen, on March the 8th, I'm going to be sitting right here at this desk. I'm going to be hosting a Google Meet. And I am going to be presenting to you and everybody that shows up what I believe are the best tools that we can use to make sure that we have a Democratic supermajority come November, to make sure that we can impeach and remove at least 2 members of the cabinet before the end of the year, and more come next year, right? And stop the loss that we've got happening right now It's March 8th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The registration link is in my link tree. It just says for the people. When you have the opportunity to early vote, early vote. If you can vote by mail, vote by mail. Contact your Secretary of State's office. Ask them what are they doing to ensure that ICE is not an issue for elections in your area. Ask your governor's office, ask your State Department's office, ask them, what do you have in place to ensure what needs to happen? Because it's just listen, this is real talk, y'all. Elections are state run. And no matter what they say, they can't change that between now and the midterms. Sandy has a super fan that's up there. So if you would like to be a super fan on TikTok, Sandy has gifted one and it's available for anybody that wants to take it. Yeah. So the reason why it's important is, what do we know about all types of people, right? We know that most Americans, so even people that believe in the America First thing, this is why you could talk to them all day long about Israel, not about necessarily Palestine, because some of those people might not care about brown people being unalived. They might not care, but they will certainly care that the United States of America is giving away tons and tons and tons of money to a country that is giving universal health care and free education while we don't have either. That might be the button for them. It might also be when you're able to say, hey, is anybody in your family on Medicaid or on SNAP benefits? And they say yes. And you say, well, did you know that in Congressional District number 4, 22,000 people are projected to lose their SNAP benefits by the end of 2034? Have you checked to see if you're one of them? What are you going to do if you're one of those 24,000 in our congressional district? So how do we know who we can trust on either side? It's not about trust, Road. It's really not. So listen, you did that with your cousin like I suggested and she didn't know? Whoop, whoop, whoop. I love that, Chris. Good for you, right? So Rhodey, it's not about trusting a politician. It's really not. Okay, it's about fact checking them to the best of your ability, right? Not just what they promise, but what they can actually accomplish. And so that's one of the things. You have to not accept generalized responses. You want specificity and ask them for it. And that's going to mean that you're going to have to become informed about what you need in your region and what you need in your area. Right? And then it's going to be keeping in touch, and you have got to figure out what their track record is. What are they saying versus what are they doing? They have to be transparent. Go look at their campaign finance reports. Whether you go to your state website or the FEC if they're congressional, or whether you go to Open Secrets, go look and see who's giving them money. Because there's a reason. There's a reason that pro-Israeli PACs gave Tim Kaine $600,000. There is a reason. Right? People don't give away 600 G's for no damn reason. Because they're feeling generous. No. So we have to make sure that we are holding people accountable for what they do. And guys, one of the ways that you do that too is your own discernment, your own wisdom. You have that. You know a bullshitter when you hear a bullshitter. Don't do what's convenient. Don't do what's easy. Don't do what, goes away fast. These are some of the things that we're going to have to do as we move forward. And you are going to, can you just stop giving them your money? Who? Which, do you mean Democratic candidates or GOP? What do you mean? You mean Democratic candidates that you like? Is that what you mean? Because my answer right now is going to be we must do whatever needs to be done to ensure that there is not a GOP supermajority or a GOP majority come November. There cannot be a GOP majority in November, folks. What we know as our country won't be able to survive another 2 years and 2 months of a compromised Congress. You know? And so that you just have to be frank and direct and know that. I don't know why it switched my thing around, but it did. Oh, thanks, Wawa. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I mean, no, what I'm saying, Road Glide, is that right now the GOP in Congress is ridiculously compromised. And so that's a problem. They're compromised. Daniel, Alma, no, not right now. So, Sandra, don't speak something that you don't want to take place. Don't say, oh, I know Greg Abbott is going to have ICE packed outside of voting sites. Don't say that if you don't want it to be so. Even if that is a thing that he may do, don't add life to it. Don't breathe oxygen to it. Don't give air to it. We really have to, it sounds like such a small thing or a woo-woo thing or a cheesy thing, but folks, we have to get used to speaking the things that we desire to bring to life instead of always speaking the things we don't want. Because the universe doesn't work in negatives. It is always in creation mode. Always. So it's about what you say out of your mouth, because what you say, you create. All right. So there are two things I'm going to say to you. One, if you want to hear what I believe is most effective and get a shit ton of resources that you can use and also be included in free workshops to do that, then go to my link tree and sign up for the Google Meet on March the 8th. Okay. Next, let me give you this. Tomorrow night, I'm doing something with the Roger Stone documentary that I don't do with other movie nights. So typically movie nights, I only do with subscribers and super fans. Okay. But this Roger Stone documentary, A Storm Foretold, is so important and everyone needs to see it. So I'm offering it because you can't stream it in the US. So because I own it, I invite people to join me in a private meet and watch the film. I am doing that again tomorrow at 8:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if that is something that you would like to see, and I will give you just a glimmer of some of the things that he says. Okay. So in this documentary, you will see Roger Stone discuss with Matt Gaetz how to get his pardon over the Russia interference investigation, right, from Trump. You will hear Roger Stone say Trump needs to be impeached. You will hear Roger Stone say Jared Kushner needs to be prosecuted. You will hear Roger Stone say there needs to be an investigation as to how money changed hands with Steve Bannon. All of these things are in this recording and more. You will see what he says about Stop the Steal and when they actually created it. It wasn't because they thought the 2020 election was stolen. They actually tell you we created it in 2015 in case he was going to lose to Hillary. This documentary, this filmmaker was with Roger Stone from 2018 to 2021. Come watch it. It's an hour and 40 minutes long. But you have to register for it or you will not get a link. And you won't get a link for it until tomorrow. So my space may not be as fun as other spaces are, right? You might not be rah, 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 or whatever. But what we want to do in this space is accurately inform people, give you information that you maybe did not know otherwise, give you access to resources, help you have conversations that are actually effective with people who have differing views than you, right? How do you move the needle when you're talking to people in your life? Because some of you guys can't have conversations with the people in your family because you're talking about Trump or you're talking about the administration and you're not talking about what really is the issue. And the issue is, oh my God, how could you vote for someone who is making policy that hurts me? So if you go to I'm pushing up here. If you go to my profile on TikTok or my profile on Facebook or my profile on YouTube, there's a link to my link tree. When you click that link tree link, there's a thing, it's the second link in there and it says Roger Stone documentary registration. Click that and fill out the form. That's how you register. And I believe Cam also has it in my Discord as well. And what I'm going to do right now, I will drop it in the chat. So that's it. It's in the chat on YouTube. And I will throw it into the chat on Facebook as well. So I want to talk one more thing. So for those of you guys that have heard me talk about impeachment and the members of the cabinet that I believe we could impeach and have removed before the end of 2025, you will know that that includes RFK Jr. And I want to offer you all something that maybe you're not aware of. So I know that most of you all know that we have a significant measles outbreak in this country, right? Oh, I love that, Wawa. You had a serious conversation with your Republican brother-in-law. Love that. Yay. I don't know what I just asked y'all. What did I ask? What's the question I just asked? This is what I get, ADHD. I was reading comments. I don't know what I just said to y'all. RFK Jr. Thank you. Ah, thank you. Okay, so the measles outbreak. Yes. So you know that South Carolina has over 800 confirmed, impeached by the end of 2026. Thank you, Carol. So like in South Carolina, I believe their numbers are up to like 800 confirmed measles cases. We have surpassed the longest time, and it's not like one centralized outbreak. We have it across the country. So guess what has now happened? We have now been responsible for bringing measles back to Mexico. Mexico, just like us, has had measles eradicated. And now there is an uptake of measles that is happening in Mexico, traced back to people that came from the US. How about that? Yeah. So this article from the New Republic, whoops, not that one. I'm seeing news notifications. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. Judge Yep. So a judge just ordered the Trump administration to facilitate the return of some of the Venezuelans that were deported to El Salvador. This is brand new. So same judge as before, Boasberg, the one that Todd Blanche and Emil Bovey told immigration attorneys to fuck off and disobey. He has ordered the Trump administration to facilitate the return of the Venezuelan migrants who were deported to El Salvador's Seacot prison last year in violation of a court order. Boasberg on Thursday criticized the administration's refusal to offer remedies for the deportees for what he called the quote unquote flagrancy of government's due process violations. Quote, our starting point is the court's prior finding that the deportees were denied due process. Against this backdrop, and mindful of the flagrancy of the government's violations of the deportees' due process rights that landed plaintiffs in this situation, the court refuses to let them languish in the solutionless mire the defendants propose. The judge's order requires the government to provide boarding letters and cover the cost, the financial cost of air travel for this Venezuelans currently in third countries who, quote unquote, so desire to return to the U.S. Fuck yeah. Okay, so the order directed the government to facilitate and fund the return of the Venezuelan deportees currently in third countries. The government is required to file a status report by March 13th explaining how and when it will transport the Venezuelans seeking to return to the U.S. from a third country. For the men in Venezuela, right? Because we've done fucked up in Venezuela, right? Things are kind of like whatever. Yeah, but so this is the difference. So hold on. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. For the men in Venezuela, the government is being ordered to, quote, inform the court as to the feasibility of returning plaintiffs still in Venezuela who wish to return for their proceedings, end quote. Boasberg said the government has a duty to, quote unquote, remedy the wrong that it perpetrated. Quote, it is worth emphasizing that this situation would never have arisen had the government simply afforded plaintiffs their constitutional rights before initially deporting them, end quote. I want to read the whole order. Y'all, hold on. I need the whole order now, okay? I need the whole order, so just bear with me. I have to have the whole order now. Okay, hold on. I'm somebody that likes to read the entire order of the judge. Because I don't like summarizations. I think they, Esquire has the full one. Huh? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling me? No? I don't know what you're trying to tell me then. What are you trying to tell me then? Joan, where you been? Ha, here it is. I got it. I got it. Oh, you're calling me a lawyer. I got you. All right, here's the order. Y'all ready? You want to hear it? Here it goes. All right. So, memorandum, opinion, and order. On December 22nd, 2025, this court issued a memorandum opinion finding that the government had denied due process to a class of Venezuelans it deported to El Salvador last March in defiance of this court's order. And then he references the case and tells them where to see the case. The court offered the government the opportunity to propose steps that would facilitate hearings for the class of members on their habeas corpus claims so that they could, quote, challenge their designations under the Alien Enemies Act and the validity of the president's proclamation. Apparently not interested in participating in this process, the government's responses essentially told the court to pound sand. Fuck. Judge, see, this is why I want to read the because you didn't get this tone from the article that I just read to you, did you? You didn't get the tone that Judge Boasberg just said. Y'all basically told me to pound sand. This is why reading the order itself is so important. Because if y'all remember, he already found them in contempt 1, and he has said he will find them in criminal contempt if necessary. So he said, apparently not interested in participating in this process, the government's responses essentially told the court to pound sand. And then he tells them where to see that. And then he says, believing that other courses would be both more productive and in line with the Supreme Court's requirements outlined in Nome v. Abrego Garcia, the court will now order the government to facilitate the return from third countries of those plaintiffs who so desire. It will also permit other plaintiffs to file their habeas supplements from abroad. And then it gives you the background. Given the background of this case has featured in numerous prior opinions, the court will not retread old ground. It notes simply that some of the 137 Venezuelans who were deported to the Center for Terrorism Confinement, CCOT, in El Salvador, no, it does not, Brett Wallace. You apparently have never read a court opinion. Yeah, bro. So here, let me just for shits and giggles, because I can't stand people who don't know shit talking shit. See, this would be the legal court order. This one from the government U.S. courts. See that right here? Let me show you the words. Look right here. Right here. Told the court to pound sand. Look at that shit. It looks like a judge would say pound sand, don't it? Listen, I highly recommend you know what you're talking about before you step in here. Okay, now I'm going to finish reading the judge's court order that I was reading before you so rudely and accurately interrupted me. At this week's hearing on remedies, even plaintiff's counsel could not represent how many of the 137 are still in Venezuela and how many wish to proceed with habeas. Counsel nonetheless did inform the court that at least a handful desire to go forward at this point. Understanding that the situation in Venezuela remains in flux, given the United States' recent quote-unquote law enforcement action there, and crediting the government's assertion that these matters implicate foreign affairs, the Secretary of State has determined that either path that the court has suggested would risk material damage to U.S. foreign policy interests at this delicate juncture. So plaintiffs have commendably sought measured steps from the court. As explained at the hearing, they are asking only that they be permitted to file supplemental habeas pleadings on behalf of certain of the 137 deported individuals, that those individuals in third countries, i.e. not Venezuela or the United States, could proceed with potential remote hearings if necessary, and that the government provide at its expense returns to the U.S. from third countries for those so desiring. Plaintiffs acknowledge, as they must, that anyone who is flown back or paroled into the United States after arriving at a port of entry will be taken into U.S. custody during the pendency of further proceedings and would also potentially be subject to re-deportation at the conclusion of their legal challenges. Plaintiffs' prudent approach has not been replicated by the government counterparts. Although the Supreme Court in Abrego Garcia upheld Judge Paula Zenas' order directing the government to quote-unquote facilitate and effectuate the return of the deportee, Defendants at every turn have objected to plaintiffs' legitimate proposals without offering a single option for remedying the injury that they inflicted upon the deportees or fulfilling their duty as articulated by the Supreme Court. Defendants do not believe there is any feasible way to allow class members to file habeas corpus at this time. After extended questioning at the hearing, the government finally represented that it prefers the return of the deportees, not, however, on its dime, to remote hearings, given its concerns with logistics and other evidentiary issues at such hearings. Part 2, analysis. Yeah, Sandy's fucking amazing, y'all, in case y'all don't know. Our starting point is the court's prior finding that deportees were denied due process, a conclusion that it has reached more than once, and one consonant with the Supreme Court's earlier analysis of the issue. In such an instance, again, according to the Supreme Court, in the analogous case of Abrego Garcia, the government must, quote unquote, ensure that their case is handled as it would have been had they not properly been sent to El Salvador, end quote. Oh, thank you, Texas Butterfly. In other words, it is up to the government to remedy the wrong that it perpetrated here and to provide a means for doing so. Were it otherwise, the government could simply remove people from the United States without providing any process, and then once they were in a foreign country, deny them any right to return for a hearing or opportunity to present their case from abroad. There's another superfan gift available, guys. As Justice Sotomayor's separate statement pointed out, quote, the proper remedy is to provide Abrego Garcia with all the process to which he would have been entitled had he not been unlawfully removed to El Salvador. That means that the government must comply with its obligation to provide Abrego Garcia with quote unquote due process of law, including notice and an opportunity to be heard in any future proceedings. Indeed, she noted that, quote, it has been the government's own well-established policy to facilitate an alien's return to the United States if the alien's presence is necessary for continued administrative removal proceedings in cases where a non-citizen has been removed pending immigration proceedings. Against this backdrop, 20 seconds left to claim it, guys. Against this backdrop, and mindful of the flagrancy of the government's violations of the deportees' due process rights that landed the plaintiffs in this situation, the court refuses. Hold on, Jenna. I can answer it in just a second. The court refuses to let them languish in the solutionless mire the defendants propose. The court will thus order defendants to take several discrete actions that will begin the remedial process for at least some of the plaintiffs, as the Supreme Court has required in similar circumstances. It does so while treading lightly, as it must, in the area of foreign affairs. Respecting the government's preference, as indicated at the most recent hearing, the court will require it to parole into United States custody any plaintiff who appears at a U.S. port of entry. This number, at least according to plaintiffs, would likely be very small, if not zero. In addition, the government shall offer a boarding letter to any plaintiff in a third country who requests commercial air travel to the United States. And there's a directive that defines facilitate an alien's return. And it says, as to, quote, engage in activities which allow a lawfully removed alien to travel to the United States, such as by issuing a boarding letter to permit commercial air travel, and if warranted, parole the alien into the United States upon his or her arrival at a U.S. port of entry. And then it tells you to also see the application to vacate injunction, which is at 17, Nome versus Abrego Garcia. And it says, once again, at this point, we are not talking about a substantial number of people, particularly because the court, mindful of the previously mentioned foreign affairs concern, does not extend this requirement to deportees remaining in Venezuela. And such individuals would be detained upon arrival. So those folks that are in CCOT in El Salvador can come back, but anybody in Venezuela cannot. Plaintiffs also request that such boarding letter include government payment of the cost of the air travel, given that the court has already found that their removal was unlawful, as opposed to the situation contemplated by the cited directive, which notes that, quote, facilitating an alien's return does not necessarily include funding the alien's travel, end quote. The court deems that a reasonable request. It is unclear why plaintiffs should bear the financial cost of their return in such an instance, right? And then he references another case where the government was required to bear the expense. And then he goes on to say, it is worth emphasizing that this situation would have never arisen had the government simply afforded plaintiffs their constitutional rights before initially deporting them. Plaintiffs in third countries or in Venezuela may also file supplemental habeas pleadings seeking to show that the proclamation under which they were deported unlawfully invoked the Alien Enemies Act and or that they are not members of the Tren de Aragua and thus not subject to the proclamation. Whether hearings will be required and the logistics of such hearings may be determined at a future date. In addition, to the extent that the government contends that such pleadings are independent habeas corpus petitions for which the court has no jurisdiction given the plaintiff's current lack of custody, it may offer such arguments in opposition to any forthcoming filing by a plaintiff. The court, however, need not address this question today. Conclusion. The court accordingly orders that, number one, plaintiffs shall file under seal, but not ex parte, by February 20th, a notice indicating which plaintiffs are currently in which third countries. Plaintiffs shall by February 27th, 2026, file a notice noting the number of plaintiffs who wish to travel independently to a U.S. port of entry or wish to be flown from a third country to the United States for their court proceedings, understanding that in both scenarios, they will be detained upon arrival. Plaintiffs shall simultaneously file a separate notice under seal listing the names of such individuals. Point 3. Plaintiffs shall, by March 9th, 2026, file a notice given the number of plaintiffs in Venezuela or third countries who wish to file supplements to their habeas class petition, including challenges to the proclamation or their identification as TDA members. Plaintiffs shall likewise file a simultaneous notice under seal listing those individuals' names. Point 4. The government shall promptly return to plaintiffs upon written request by their current, by their current counsel, all passports and identification documents that any agency currently retains, and it shall make good faith efforts to obtain any of the plaintiff's passports or identification documents that were transferred to El Salvador. And the last point, you guys, the government shall file a status report by March 13th, 2026, explaining how and when it will transport any plaintiff seeking return to the United States from a third country. In that status report, the government shall also inform the court as to the feasibility of returning plaintiffs still in Venezuela who wish to return for their proceedings. It shall also describe the steps taken to obtain any passports or identification documents from El Salvador. Okay, so takeaways from that. Y'all still good? That was a lot. Right, Marilyn, I did. Sorry. Okay, 1 second, folks. I'm doing what I do. Oh, good God. Oof, did you hear that? That was my neck, y'all. That was my neck. No, Cindy. Nope, I don't have any today. You heard it, Sin? That was my neck, y'all. Okay. All right. So things that I take away from um from the order, right? Things that I take away from that order, okay, is girl, listen, I've been snap crackling and popping for a long time. That don't mean I'm old. It just means I have it just means that I have used my vessel well and a lot. That's what it means. Okay. Okay, so follow me. Things that I take away from this court order. So number one, the repeated reference to the Supreme Court decision is a hint. The repeated reference to the Supreme Court decision is, you ain't appealing this shit. I'm doing this based on the order that the Supreme Court already issued with regard to Kilmar Abrego Garcia, and that's how you ended up bringing his ass home, right? So he's telling him already, don't go there. That's not a thing. We're not doing it. Number two, he's saying, I'm not telling you to facilitate something and then assuming that you are actually going to do it the way that you normally would in a court of law, because you know that you're supposed to be doing the right thing, right? I'm not doing that. He said, I'm actually going to spell out for you what you have to do and by what day you have to do it. And that's the difference. It wasn't just, I think in the beginning, they didn't realize how corrupt the DOJ was, how committed they were to this immigration thing, and how much they didn't care about the Constitution. Which brings me to this next part. Okay. So can I ask this of you guys? How many of you are not familiar with Mr. Ravenny, a DOJ immigration attorney by the name of Ravenny? If you are not familiar with him, put a 1 in the chat for me. That always helps me when I can see. So then I know how much to do. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's do some work together. Okay. Are y'all ready? And this is pretty astounding. Okay. Sandy, shut up. You know. All right. You guys over here too. Okay. So we're going to do some work. Hold on. I moved after I covered this court case first. So give me 1 second and let me see if I can find, because I would prefer to not print it out again, because I have printed the whole damn thing. Hold on. I just want to see if I can find, is this the whole court case? Look at me. 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 Okay. I'm excited. Sorry. I got really excited just now, didn't I? But this case ties in with other cases. So the first time when I really covered this, and we can do this again if you all want to, but the first time that I covered this, I did it right alongside the Kilmar Abrego Garcia case. And it was astounding to read Kilmar Abrego Garcia's case, like in its chronological order, and also read this whistleblower document in order. It is wild to see what happened. And so let me just go ahead and tell you this right now. Your senators that confirmed Emil Bovee to be an appellate judge should all be fucking fired, because he is corrupt. He is horrible. He is part of this Pam Bondi, Todd Blanche deal, and they have set us up for failure with his appointment, and they knew it. Okay, so hold on. I'm going to give you this. If you want to read along, it's already in my link tree. And yes, this is a big ass box that I just put on my lap. And yes, these are court documents that I'm pulling out. So that's Kilmar. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay, that's Project 2025, part of it. Oh. Hold on for 1 second. Nope, that's a Trump case, Trump case, Trump case, Trump case, executive order, presidential documents. Oof. This is one we should do again. This is, if you don't know anything about the investigation into how the supplemental background check for Brett Kavanaugh didn't get done by the FBI at the instruction of the White House, it's wild. Okay, that's Trump's court case again. Nope. Hold on 1 second. I just need to see something. Nope. Ha! Boasberg. Here's another one. Okay, so this is Ravenny's. Love that for me. Nope, that's another one against Trump. Another one against Trump. I have the like the victims that sued Trump at different points in time. That's another one against Trump. That's Ghislaine. Okay, I'm good. Okay, so y'all ready? Here we go. Woo. Yeah, well, no, that's just one small box. There's more other places. It's okay though. Okay, so let me share over here with you guys. Okay. So I'm going to share with you all the whistleblower case because I believe that to be the most important issue that I want to kind of connect the dots with you right now. So because Judge Boasberg has said that they need to return them, I want to, and he remember when he said that he issued an order and that the DOJ previously told him to pound sand. He is referring to Mr. Ravenny's whistleblower case. Okay. So this is from June of 2024, June 24th, 2025. And this is reference protected whistleblower disclosure of Erez Ravenny regarding violations of laws, rules, and regulations, abuse of authority, and substantial and specific danger to the health and safety at the Department of Justice. Okay. This is in my link tree if you want to read along. Okay. You might want to take some notes, folks, because this is big. Okay. I do print everything because I'm a highlighter girl. Look, I'm a highlighter girl. I read it, I highlight, I go back. And who wants to look at this damn thing all the time? Not me. I need my fingers on it. Right, Linka, her too. Okay, so I do go through a lot of ink, Cherry. You are correct. I do. You are correct. So let me do one more thing. Okay. I need this one. This one. Okay. I'm pulling these up for next time. Okay. All right. So let me go over these with you guys. Okay. Do you guys still have it up? Okay. So it says, Dear all, we, the Government Accountability Project and Gilbert Employment Law, PC, represent Mr. Erez Ravini, formerly the acting deputy director for the Office of Immigration Litigation, which is referred to as OIL. So Office of Immigration Litigation is OIL. And they are part of the Department of Justice and a whistleblower. He is a whistleblower. Mr. Ravini presents the following disclosures to your attention for your respective offices to take appropriate oversight action. Now, let me just say this. After this document came out, after this whistleblower came out this past summer, after this happened, guess what? He went and he testified before Congress under oath. And he actually brought the damn receipts. He brought the screenshots of the text messages that he refers to in this whistleblower complaint. It is absolutely astounding and brilliant work. So let me tell you what it says. Between March 14th, 2025 and April 5th, 2025, Mr. Ravini, almost immediately after receiving notice of his promotion to serve as acting deputy director of OIL, became aware of the plans of DOJ leadership to resist court orders that would impede potentially illegal efforts to deport non-citizens, and further became aware of the details to execute those plans. As soon as I do, hold on a second. Give me 1 second, folks. Okay, here we go. So on April 4th of 2025, okay, after raising concerns internally to his chain of command for nearly 3 weeks regarding the government's compliance with court orders. Wait, this is why I always started with this document over here, because the attorney is giving you, the attorney was giving you like an overview in the beginning. And then they present it to you in chronological order. You guys know what I'm talking about? So what I don't want to do is read his entire overview and then confuse you. I'd rather just start at the actual facts, right? The actual basis, the factual findings, the actual basis for the claim. And here's what it says. So, number one, Erez Ravini, nonpartisan, zealous advocate with distinguished service at DOJ. Before his unlawful removal from federal service on April 11th of 2025, Mr. Ravini had an exemplary, nearly 15-year legal career at the DOJ. Mr. Ravini began his career at the Office of Immigration Litigation, District Court Section in 2010 as a trial attorney, and was promoted multiple times under both Republican and Democratic administrations. Most recently, Mr. Ravini served as the acting deputy director for the Office of Immigration Litigation, responsible for all of OIL's immigration litigation arising in U.S. district courts nationwide, overseeing over 100 attorneys handling hundreds of cases. His supervisory responsibilities included oversight of the government's defense against many significant legal challenges to multiple executive orders signed by President Trump and defending multiple immigration policy initiatives on behalf of the Department of Homeland Security. On behalf of the Department of Homeland Security, the State Department, the Labor Department, and Health and Human Services. Mr. Ravenny received notice of his promotion to that role on March 14th, 2025, effective Friday, March 21st, and in the following week alone, oversaw and defended the government's position in at least 7 cases involving motions for temporary restraining orders or preliminary injunctions seeking court orders enjoining Trump administration policies nationwide, including multiple emergency appeals to various courts of appeals. Prior to Mr. Ravenny's termination, following his candid and truthful representations to the court in the Abrego Garcia case, Department of Justice leadership under the Trump administration had consistently lauded Mr. Ravenny's work. For example, in a March 21st, 2025 email announcing Mr. Ravenny's recent promotion, Deputy Assistant Attorney General Drew Ensign, remember that name, Drew Ensign remarked that Mr. Ravenny is, quote, a top-notch litigator who has taken on some of the oil's most challenging cases over the past nearly 15 years, including as assistant director for over 7 years, and, quote, multiple stints as counsel in the civil division front office, end quote. Having, quote, led and litigated complex cases, our immigration authorities developed sanctuary city affirmative cases and worked closely with our many excellent attorneys handling district court litigation. Additionally, I don't know who did that because I had said no. I sent a message via WhatsApp and said I was just going to do the direct link. Yeah, I sent a message directly that I would send support via the direct link because I want to read this court document and not open the panel. All right, here we go. Additionally, Mr. Ravenny's most recent performance review under the prior Trump administration was stellar. Then Deputy Director Colin Kaiser wrote that, quote, Assistant Director Erez Ravenny continues to be one of Oil DCS's premier litigators and supervisors. He is an outstanding attorney, legal writer, and oral advocate. He continues to handle some of the section's most difficult and highest profile cases. Mr. Kaiser further noted that Mr. Ravenny routinely receives accolades for his efforts from senior personnel within DOJ and the agencies he advocates for. He is a quote unquote indispensable asset to Oil DCS's civil division, the DOJ, and the many clients agencies he works closely with, and has truly earned an excellent rating for this rating period. Indeed, Mr. Ravenny has received an excellent rating for every year he's worked at the department since 2010. On top of that, he is the recipient of 9 civil defense awards, including 3 during the prior Trump administration, for helping lead the C-19 immigration litigation response team in 2020, leading district court litigation on behalf of the Sanctuary Cities litigation team in 2019, and leading defense of protecting the nation from foreign terrorist entry executive order in 2010. For years, Mr. Ravenny oversaw the defense. So listen, the whole reason this is important is he's saying he's done his damn job and he's done it brilliantly under Republican and Democratic administrations, including your own, right? He has always been praised. He has done da-da-da-da-da-da. And then it finally says, in short, Mr. Ravenny has been a tireless advocate on behalf of the interests of the United States for years with a stellar record and of advocating successfully on behalf of multiple presidential administrations, both Republican and Democratic. To suggest that Mr. Ravenny is anything but a zealous advocate for the United States who takes his oath to uphold the Constitution seriously is both false and outrageous. Here's where we get to the nitty-gritty. So on Friday, March 14th of 2025, Mr. Ravenny received notice of his promotion to the acting deputy director of the Office of Immigration Litigation. That same day, following news reports that the president intended to sign a presidential proclamation invoking the Alien Enemies Act, Mr. Ravenny was summoned to a meeting by Deputy Assistant Attorney General of Oil, Drew Ensign. At the meeting were Principal Assistant Deputy Attorney General Emil Bovey, Counselor to the Deputy Attorney General James McHenry, and Associate Deputy Attorney General Paul Perkins, DAAG Ensign, Acting Director of Oil, and Mr. Ravenny's direct supervisor, August Flinte, and other oil attorneys. At the meeting, Bovey indicated to those in attendance that the Alien Enemies Act proclamation would soon be signed and that one or more planes containing individuals subject to the AEA would be taking off over the weekend, meaning Saturday, March 15th, and Sunday, March 16th. Bovey did not provide further details, and then something's redacted, and then it says Bovey indicated, redacted, and stressed to all in attendance that the planes needed to take off no matter what. So I want you to keep this in mind. It is Friday, March the 14th of 2025. The president announces that he's going to sign the Alien Enemies Act. And already they've got planes and people lined up to take off the very next day and the next day after that. Like they're just waiting for the signature to happen and they can put people on a plane. You follow me? And they are saying these planes must take off no matter what. Emil Bovey then made a remark concerning the possibility that a court order would enjoin those removals before they could be effectuated. What does that mean? He said, listen, somebody has already filed a court case. And before these planes can get off the ground, there might be a court order that says we can't take off. And then he stated that the DOJ would need to consider telling the courts, quote unquote, fuck you, and ignore any such order. So the man that the Senate confirmed to be an appellate judge told DOJ immigration attorneys that they would need to consider telling the courts, fuck you, and not follow a federal judge's orders. Y'all sitting with that for a minute? Are y'all freaking the fuck out yet? Are y'all like, what? Yeah, so they would say pound sand. Correct. You got it, Joan. Mr. Ravenny perceived that others in the room looked stunned, and he observed awkward, nervous glances among the people in the room. Silence overtook the room. Mr. Ravenny and others were quickly ushered out of the room. Notwithstanding Bovey's directive, Mr. Ravenny left the meeting understanding that the DOJ would tell DHS to follow all court orders. Mr. Ravenny was stunned by Bovey's statement because, to Mr. Ravenny's knowledge, not once, no one in DOJ leadership in any administration had ever suggested the Department of Justice could blatantly ignore court orders, especially with a quote unquote, fuck you. Mr. Ravenny was in disbelief because, on the contrary, the DOJ consistently advises its clients of their obligation to follow court orders, not to ignore them. Mr. Ravenny knew that it was absurd and unlawful to do otherwise, a proposition that Mr. Ravenny felt even more certain of after a brief conversation with his supervisor, August Flinte, shortly after the meeting. Mr. Ravenny's disbelief following the meeting with Bovey is now a relic of a different time. Over the next 3 weeks, Mr. Ravenny was involved in 3 separate cases involving the legality of the administration's immigration removal operations under its newly implemented priorities, during which time he directly witnessed and reported, number 1, DOJ officials undermining the rule of law by ignoring court orders. Number 2, DOJ officials presenting quote unquote legal arguments with no basis in law. Number 3, high-ranking DOJ and DHS officials misrepresenting facts presented before the courts. Number 4, DOJ officials directing Mr. Ravenny to misrepresent facts in one of these cases in violation of Mr. Ravenny's legal and ethical duties as an officer of the court. Mr. Ravenny's internal reporting and ultimately refusal to obey this illegal order directly resulted in his termination, his suspension, and then termination. At 1:12 a.m. on Saturday, March the 15th, 2025. So I want y'all to remember, Friday morning, he gets an email announcing he's being promoted. Friday afternoon, he gets pulled into a meeting, or Friday, shortly after that, he gets pulled into a meeting and they said, listen, Trump's going to sign the Alien Enemies Act. We got some planes that are going to start taking off over the weekend. They've got to take off no matter what. Now, there might be a federal judge that issues an order that says these planes can't take off, but I want you to tell that court, fuck you, and make sure that these planes take off anyway. And then at 1 o'clock in the morning, so like what, 8 hours later, 10 hours later, something like that, right? They do that. The fuck are they doing? At 1:12 a.m. on Saturday, March the 15th, 2025, prior to the publication of the Alien Enemies Act proclamation, the American Civil Liberties Union, the ACLU, filed suit on behalf of 5 Venezuelan men facing imminent deportation under the AEA and moved for a temporary restraining order to prevent their removal. When Mr. Ravenny woke up that morning, he received the plaintiff's motion and learned that the removals were allegedly to prisons in El Salvador known for their torture and human rights abuses. So can you imagine being the assistant director for immigration? You're the immigration lawyer, and you wake up and you learn for the first time from the plaintiffs, from the ACLU, that your administration is attempting to deport people to a third country that's not their home country and to a prison that is known for torture. And that's how you discover it. And this is the plane that you've been told by your boss's boss must take off no matter what. This is the plane that you've been told you have to tell the federal courts, fuck you, so that they can take off. And you know now that it's going to send these people to one of the worst prisons in the country. After learning from the plaintiffs' counsel that at least one plaintiff was reportedly already on board a removal flight, Judge James Boasberg, the same one who issued the order I read today, of the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia, entered an ex parte temporary restraining order. Yes, Becky, they do. There's 137 of them. Prohibiting the government from removing those 5 named plaintiffs and set a hearing for 4 p.m., which the court later changed to 5 p.m. to hear argument on a broader TRO. So Cam, today, Judge Boasberg, the same judge that issued the order telling them that they couldn't let the planes take off that had Kilmar Abrego Garcia on them, that same judge issued another order today directing that all of those Venezuelans that had been sent to a third country, including the ones sent to CCOT, must be brought back by the government at the government's expense. So I read that order that he put out today, right? And then, but people were not aware of the Ravenny whistleblower case and of the DOJ's instruction to its litigation attorney, to its immigration attorneys, to tell the court, fuck you, and not follow orders. So now I've circled back around. No, this all stemmed from Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi. They were working in concert. And as I read this document, you'll really begin to understand that, because what was happening is, so listen, DOJ attorneys, right? Oh yes, Sammy J, I just finished reading it. I believe, did I already put it in the link tree? If I didn't, I will put it in the link tree in a minute. Let me see if I already put it in the link tree. Well, for hell, I got have. Do y'all know how much? Do y'all know how much crap I have? um. Okay, is this the struggle right now? Hold on, y'all. Oh, here it is. Okay. Okay, sweet. All right. So if I didn't put it in the link tree before, I'm going there now and I'm putting it in there now. I've already read it. I'm not going to reread it. But so hold on, Jules. Hold on. Before you ask why wasn't anyone punished, just hold on. You have to like listen to the whole thing. It's tomorrow, Redwood Dragon. It's tomorrow, the 13th at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. Did I lose the people that were on here? Oh, no, there you are. Hey, Tiffany, what's up? All right, so here we go. So here's where we are. Ravini is promoted Friday morning. Shortly after being promoted, he's brought into a room with a bunch of other immigration attorneys. In that room, Emil Bovee says, listen, the president's about to sign the Alien Enemies Act. When he does that, we've got a couple of planes that we want to take off over the weekend, and those planes need to take off no matter what. Now, there's also a chance that a federal court order might also be issued telling us we can't do that. And you may need to tell that judge, fuck you, and not obey that order. And so you get to Friday night, Saturday morning, 1 o'clock in the morning. The ACLU files lawsuit on behalf of 5 of their plaintiffs, right? 5 of the people that they plan to put on the plane and send to Venezuela. They file that paperwork in court. When Mr. Ravini, the DOJ attorney, wakes up in the morning, he sees that that's been filed in court, and that is the first time he becomes aware of the government's intention to take these people that are here in the United States that are originally from Venezuela and fly them via plane to CCOT in El Salvador, a notorious prison known for torturing people and human rights violations. So that's what he's learned. So then he's like, the fuck is going on? And sure enough, Judge Bursberg does exactly what they thought he was going to do. He sets, when he gets that Saturday morning, Judge Bursberg puts out an emergency TRO, a temporary restraining order, and says, absolutely not. You may not put these people on planes and deport them to CCOT. And we're going to have a hearing at 4 o'clock today. That's 4 o'clock on Saturday, the 15th. And then the court changed it to 5 o'clock in order to hear a broader temporary restraining order. Okay. So shortly after Boasberg entered the initial temporary restraining order, Mr. Ravini informed the district court via email at 10:18 in the morning that its order had been received and that it had, quote, been disseminated to the relevant executive branch agencies, end quote. Now, what's Mr. Ravini doing? Mr. Ravini is covering his ass, y'all. Listen, Mr. Ravini has said, I'm telling the court that I got this order and that I sent it to everyone that is supposed to obey this order. That's what he's doing. Okay. And at the 5 p.m. hearing later that day, DAAG Ensign represented the government in court while Mr. Ravini listened on the public line, emailing the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State agency counsel periodically. No, Elizabeth, that No, that's not the case at all. That there's nothing to suggest that. In all of the paperwork, whether it was from the ACLU, whether it was from the judge, whether it was from the attorneys, there's nothing to indicate that. So follow me. So Mr. Ravenny that morning tells the court, I got your order and I have disseminated that order to everybody that needs to be aware of it in order to obey the order. And then he says, Benny D, I don't know what you're talking about. There are videos. I don't know what you're talking about. And then at the 5 o'clock hearing, it is Drew Ensign that goes to argue the case in the court on behalf of the government, right? Mr. Ravenny is listening on a public line because I don't know if you all know this, but there are public lines where you can listen to federal court cases. So Mr. Ravenny is listening in on a public line, and Mr. Ravenny is emailing the Department of Homeland Security, and at other times he's emailing the Department of State, depending upon, whatever needs to be said. Okay. So at this hearing, Judge Boasberg said, quote, the plaintiffs expected planes to be departing within the last couple of hours, end quote, and asked Ensign, quote, if any of the named plaintiffs are in fact on any plane that has departed, end quote. So these are 5 specific plaintiffs that they are asking about because they are their clients. And the ACLU is saying, listen, we are expecting that these planes are already taking off or about to take off within a couple of hours. Do you have any of our clients on that plane? Listen to this. Drew Ensign assured the court that none of the named plaintiffs would be removed during the pending TRO. When the judge asked if that meant the plaintiffs, quote, are either not on the planes or that they will not be removed from the planes and will be brought back once the planes land in El Salvador, Ensign said, quote, I don't know the status of the planes. If there are removal flights, the 5 would not be on them, end quote. When Judge Boasberg asked whether any deportations or removals were imminent, as in, quote unquote, the next 24 to 48 hours, Drew Ensign told the court, quote, I don't know the answer to that question. But he did know the answer to the question. Because in the day before, they were all told in a meeting, we got planes that are going to take off. Mr. Ravenny reasonably believes Ensign's statement to the court that he did not know whether AEA removals would take place, quote, in the next 24 or 48 hours was false. Ensign had been present in the previous day's meeting when Emil Bovee clearly stated that 1 or more planes containing individuals subject to the AEA would be taking off over the weekend, no matter what. Drew Ensign then added in court, quote, we can certainly investigate that and report that back to you. When Judge Boasberg asked how soon he could get that information, Drew Ensign said that the government could, quote, certainly include, end quote, that information in a document that they were planning to file tomorrow night. Now, tomorrow night at this point would be Sunday night, long after both of the planes. Yay, I love that, Michelle. She just got accepted into Dirt Road Organizing to help rural candidates. Love that. Thank you, Sandy, for gifting superfans. Ensign then added, quote, we can certainly investigate that. Oh, I already said that part. So follow me. They want to tell the court the answer, but only after it's too late and the planes have already taken off and landed. So the plaintiff's lawyer stressed the urgency of the situation, noting his, quote unquote, understanding from people on the ground from different sources that planes are going right now, taking Venezuelans to El Salvador, and that 2 flights, quote, may have already taken off during this hearing, and urged the court to issue a class TRO now to avoid any more harm. At that point, Judge Boasberg adjourned the hearing until 6 p.m. to quote unquote, let Mr. Ensign do some digging. And the court specified, Mr. Ensign, I will want to know, have planes in fact, it is deportation of people under the proclamation pursuant to the EAEA in motion now? Will it be for the next 48 hours? And then Drew Ensign responded back and said, we can do that, Your Honor. The adjournment began at 5:22 p.m. Mr. Ravenny was not included in Ensign's conversation with DHS, Department of State, or DOJ leadership during that period. However, prior to 5:24 p.m., DOJ attorneys, including Ensign and Ravenny, received an email from the plaintiff's attorney citing public reporting of flight information and stated that they had reason to believe that people were on planes for imminent deportation. According to public reports and various websites that track the whereabouts of planes in real time, at least 2 planes took off from Texas after the start of the hearing. The first at 5:26 p.m. and the second at 5:45 p.m. en route to what online sources speculated was a final destination of El Salvador. At 6 p.m., following the 38-minute adjournment, Drew Ensign did not tell the judge any information about those flights. Specifically, Drew Ensign said, quote, I don't have many details to share, end quote, explaining that his quote unquote clients, hella Raja, said that the quote, operational details raised potential national security issues, particularly the ones if discussed with a public line. Listen to this. He's claiming, I can't tell you this information because we're in court and there's a public line and it could cause like national security issues if people hear me talking on this line. So guess what Judge Boasberg does? He says, okay, cool. Let's disconnect the public phone line and let's do an in-camera proceeding. But even after that was done, right, Drew Ensign failed to provide information about the flights. He explained that, quote, we would have to sort out what can still be provided in camera. They suggested that as a way to potentially provide some details, but I do not personally have those right now, end quote. Once it became clear that Ensign would not provide information, even in camera, the court ended the in-camera proceeding and reconnected the public line. Plaintiff's counsel told the court, quote, we understand that 2 flights went to El Salvador this afternoon and that a 3rd flight was scheduled for 6:23, so only in a matter of minutes, end quote. After several minutes of legal argument, the court found that, quote, class certification is warranted. So that means it applies to everybody and none of them should have gone anywhere. When a court issues an injunction against the federal government, the normal practice is for the Justice Department lawyers to work with the agency counsel and develop guidance for explaining what the government must do to comply. So in this case, it would be the Department of Justice that would work with the Department of Homeland Security to talk about what the Department of Homeland Security would need to do in order to comply with the judge's orders. Follow me? And so because Mr. Ravenny was now the acting deputy director for the Office of Immigration and Litigation, he had a responsibility to confirm that the government was abiding by the court orders in those cases. With this in mind, at 6:14 p.m., as the hearing continued, Mr. Ravenny, again listening in on the plaintiff line, on the public line, emailed attorneys with the DHS office of General Counsel, the ICE office of Principal Legal Advisor, and the Department of State Office of Legal Advisor, informing them, along with other DOJ attorneys, that, quote, judge is certifying a nationwide class as we speak, it is likely a class-wide temporary restraining order is imminent, end quote. At 6:44, Mr. Ravenny sent a follow-up email, quote, the judge is presently issuing a class-wide temporary restraining order. Can folks confirm for us if at the moment any individuals subject to the Alien Enemies Act are being staged for removal, or are presently in the air as part of the removal but not yet having landed or disembarked? At 6:44 p.m., Mr. Ravenny texts his supervisor, August Flente, referencing Emil Bovey's March 14th comment that it might be necessary to tell a court, quote unquote, fuck you. Mr. Flente acknowledged Bovey's comment with a joke, referencing the possibility that either he or Mr. Ravenny could be fired, impliedly for reporting up their chain of command concerns that a court order may have been violated. Oh, you're welcome, Letty. So at 6:46 p.m., Mr. Ravenny emailed the Department of Homeland Security, and he told them the substance of Judge Boasberg's oral order concerning the class certification and the temporary restraining order. And this is what it said, quote, the class is all non-citizens in U.S. custody subject to the AEA. It's a minute order with more specifics will issue. So please confirm receipt of this email and let us know ASAP on the questions below concerning removals that are not yet effectuated, including those involving folks in the air. At 6:48 p.m., Mr. Ravenny sent another email, quote, sorry for all the emails. Last email, the judge specifically ordered us to not remove anyone in the class and to return anyone in the air. So at this point, it is pretty clear that nobody should have gone anywhere, and anybody that we had put on a plane should be put back on a plane and brought the fuck home, and anybody in the air on a plane should be turned around and brought home. And Mr. Ravenny is doing his level best to make sure everyone has that information in a timely fashion. After additional legal argument, Judge Boasberg stated that a temporary restraining order is appropriate for the class members, prohibiting removal of class members, with the class consisting of all non-citizens in U.S. custody who are subject to the proclamation of March the 15th, 2025, and its implementation. Judge Boasberg explained that the court was, quote, required to act immediately and could not, quote unquote, wait any longer, particularly in light of the plaintiff's information unrebutted by the government. The flights are actively flights are actively departing and plan to depart. So the judge told Drew Ensign this, quote, you shall inform your clients of this immediately, and that any plane containing these folks that is going to take off or is in the air needs to be returned to the United States. But those people need to be returned to the United States. However that's accomplished, whether turning around a plane, not embarking anyone on the plane, or those people covered by this on that plane, I'll leave to you. But this is something you need to make sure is complied with immediately. At 7:04 p.m., Mr. Ravenny emailed DHS and the Department of State again. And he said, quote, as we await the written order, clarifying our understanding of the injunction as clarified at the end, no one subject to the AEA in our custody can be removed. And anyone in the air should be removed unless they have a Title VIII final order, need to be returned unless they have a Title VIII final order. Please confirm receipt and let us know what, if anything, is happening. Thank you. The Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State did not respond. The attorneys for those government offices did not respond. They did not respond. He followed up with DHS at 7:18. and he requested confirmation that no one without a final order of removal under Title 8 would be removed from the planes as they landed. They were included. One was scheduled to land at 7:20. And Mr. Ravenni said, quote, "We need to address this ASAP to avoid contempt." Mr. Ravenni again received no response. At 7:26 p.m., the court issued a minute order memorializing its TRO. At 7:27, Mr. Ravenni, give me a second, I'm going to pause. Hi, Christopher. Would you like to join the panel so we can chat for a minute? I'd be happy to pause. Okay, great. Hey, Christopher, how are you?
Okay, Dani.
Good. So do you live here in the States?
Why did you say you're going to move me then?
No, I asked you, do you live here in the States?
No, it says Christopher Hughes, and you will be muted. You said that.
Yeah, if you don't, because here's the thing. So, right, I just ask for people to be respectful in my room, right? And so
Yeah.
all that Sandy said to you was, "Hey, her name's not Babe, right? You don't know me, so don't
It's a
call me
debate.
Babe."
It's a debate, isn't it?
So, Christopher, let me try this again, okay? So,
Yeah.
so all she asked you to do was not call me Babe because that's not my name.
Okay. Then.
Okay, that's it, right? And so you didn't want to hear that.
Upset because I'm not. No, you're just upset because I don't agree with you.
No, I'm not upset at all. Do I look upset?
But you are. I mean, how can you say you want all illegal and criminals back into the country? I mean, what if anybody happens to your family?
So
if they get raped
Christopher,
or get killed?
Christopher,
You agree with that, do you?
Christopher, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do you live here in the United States?
It's got nothing to do with you where I live.
Well, but it kind of does.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Well.
Yeah. I live in the EU. I'll give you a clue.
You live in the EU? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I would say is you don't really know what's happening in my country.
Of course I do. I look at it every single day.
Yeah, well, what you see is what's on the news, right?
No, I don't watch fake news.
Okay.
I know all about fake news.
He's in Northern Ireland.
Don't issue me on fake news. I know what's going on. I'm not stupid.
Okay. Well,
it's getting dangerous for us as well, and I'm glad Trump wants to get out the EU because he's the only one that's going to save our lives.
Okay.
Because if it was for Biden and Kamala and corrupt Walsh, we'd all be dead by now.
Well, you don't.
We'd all be dead.
Okay.
Can't you see that?
Christopher.
Can you not see that?
Christopher.
You wanted a corrupt Walsh, Tampon Jim, to be the vice president.
Okay.
I mean, how stupid can anybody be in America?
So let me just.
Vote? You know, they weren't voted for. It was all a scam. We all know that. Millions of know that.
Christopher.
Even in Europe, we all know that.
Christopher.
And I didn't read that on the news.
Christopher.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm angry, but you're making me angry.
So let me just, I'm not doing anything to make you angry. You just seem very emotional for whatever reason.
Well, of course I am. I've seen what's going on.
Well, no, that's not of course I am. Is it really? No, it's not of course I am.
Of course it is.
No, of course it's not.
You're blaming all the wrong people.
No, I'm actually blaming the actual people, right? So this is what happens when. So here's something that I do. Christopher, please don't talk over me. Okay.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I do is I actually look up the information and print off court documents and look at like actual witness statements, and I deal in facts, not like wild flagrant things, right? So things that make me not really concerned with your opinion is your use of things like tampon Tim, right? That was a thing that we heard a lot about in 2024 leading up to the election. And what's crazy about that? So let me ask you the question. Have you actually read the law concerning hygiene products in bathrooms in Minnesota, or no?
Yeah, I've read about that, but
No. I asked, did you read the actual law? Because I read the actual law. So, like, what I know is that the law that they passed and that was signed into law in Minnesota didn't say, excuse me, please don't interrupt. Right? We're going to be respectful. The law didn't say specifically, go put tampons in boys' bathrooms. That's not what it said. So the law was about making sure that hygiene products of all kind were available for all students who may or may not need them. Okay. So Christopher, you're going to stop interrupting me. You are going to stop interrupting me.
That's not an important
You
issue.
are going to stop interrupting me because it's
you're losing it.
rude.
That's why
It's
you're
rude, sir. It's rude. So here's the thing, folks. When people say things like that are just whatever, right? It's important, right? He said it wasn't an important issue, but he's the one who brought it up. So this is a perfect example of somebody bringing up an issue that is a non-issue. And then when you actually tell them what the law actually said, right? Because that's what the law actually said. Now it's a non-issue, but it was an issue. It was an issue when he wanted to bring it up, right? So folks, listen, he doesn't live in this country. He doesn't really have anything to do with what's happening here at all. And it's fine if he wants to love Trump or whatever. I'm not going to say he's a paid actor. I don't know if he is or not. Doesn't really matter to me, right? The thing that I just wanted to do was go ahead and kind of address the things that he was saying in the comments. Because at a minimum, I only ask for 4 things in this space. 1 is to be respectful. 2 is to not use slurs of any kind. Don't call names, purse mouth. That's not being respectful. Be respectful. Don't use slurs of any kind. Don't spam my comments, and don't type in all caps. That's it. And so part of being respectful is calling me by my name or just not using a name at all. My name's not Babe, nor is it Lady. You can call me Dani or don't call me a name at all. That's the way that it works. Now, Christopher, is there a specific policy issue that you would like to address when it comes to either the Trump administration or the Biden administration? And you can just answer that with a simple yes or no. I'll take you off mute.
Why do you want illegal immigrants back in?
So you want to talk about immigration?
Yeah.
Okay, we can talk about immigration. So what do you know about immigration in the United States of America? Do you know what law governs our immigration here?
There's no law against illegal immigration.
Do you know what law covers immigration in the United States of America?
Are you happy to have them? They still come back.
Are
Tell
you?
people you're happy to have
So again, Christopher, this is not how it works. So the law, Christopher, the law, Christopher, the law is Title 8. Listen, Christopher, the law, sir, the law is called Title 8. That is what covers our immigration law in the United States of America. If you want to look at Title 8 and you go 8 USC 1158, that is our asylum law. If you want to look at 8 USC 1325 or 1326, that is what covers illegal entry, which is the same thing as a civil offense. It's like getting a speeding ticket. Okay. And if you want to look at 8 USC 1611, that determines that unauthorized immigrants do not get federally funded benefits in this country. So one of the things that you can't do in my space is try to fearmonger with immigration when you're talking to somebody who's actually read immigration law. Like, I've read the latest government report about how many unauthorized immigrants we have in this country. And I'm actually someone who understands the definition of unauthorized immigrants in this country. Unauthorized immigrants does not equal illegal. They're actually defined in government reports if you were to read them. Okay. So, do you have another question about immigration in the United States of America?
I just asked you, you want all immigrants to come back? Illegal.
Okay, so again, you're not asking me a question about immigration. You're asking me a question about myself. And so this is the thing that's important, Christopher. You want to turn this into a personal conversation. You want to make this about me. And I'm here to talk about the country and politics and policy. So if you would like to ask me about immigration, we can do that.
I want to make it like you. You've got all these photographs of Bondi, you've got all these photographs of Trump and all that. You're telling people that all these people are crazy, and I think they're doing a brilliant job.
Well, I don't have anywhere up here that it says that they are crazy, do I?
No, but why do you put their photos up?
Well, because these are the people that represent my government. And these, excuse me, I'm going to finish my conversation, Christopher. These are the people that represent my government. And I have a constitutional right to my free speech and to redress my concerns and my grievances with my government. So, well, they're not your government. And you don't, because like you asked me, why do I have their pictures up there?
They have influence over me.
But they're not your government. And you don't, my Constitution, the Constitution of the United States does not apply to you, sir. It applies to me. I'm a U.S. citizen. So the Constitution applies to me. So this is my constitutional right. You're gonna learn very quickly, sir, that not to keep talking over me. Okay? Seriously. We can have a conversation, but you're not going to keep talking over me. We're not going to do that. Okay? So again, if you want to talk about immigration, you can ask me another immigration question. What's your question about immigration?
You want all the criminals.
I don't know what criminals you're referring to.
Illegal immigrants.
Okay, well, back from where? So number one, Christopher, can you define what it means? Can you define, hold on for a second. Christopher.
You said you want them to be flown back.
Christopher. No, what I was reading, Christopher, was a court order. Okay? This was a court order issued by a judge. And the judge said, I'm going to finish my sentence, Christopher.
Your courts are a joke.
You are going to just be on mute then, sir. And I'm going to explain to the other people in the room what I was reading. What I am reading is a court order. And the court order said that those people had to be returned because they did not go through due process. That's it. Yeah. So, Mickey, it doesn't matter to me whether he is being paid or not being paid, right? And I'll tell you why it doesn't matter to me. There are a lot of other people that are in this room that hear him. There are people that think like him. There are people that whatever. So he presents an opportunity to give accurate information. It's not always about the person that's on the panel. Okay? It's about the information that I get to articulate to people. Okay? Yeah, so the judge said that those people need to be turned around and brought back because they were not subject to due process, right? So you can't just grab people up because they fit a particular demographic, right? No, I'm still talking about the court order, right? And so you can't just round people up and take them off because you believe they fit a particular demographic without due process. That's the beautiful thing about having a constitution. And the Constitution applies to every person in this country. And when there are certain parts of it that apply to citizens, the Constitution says that. And when there are other parts of it where it says any patient, any person, it says that. And that's the beautiful thing about it. So, Christopher, if you have a specific question regarding like immigration or the process, go ahead and ask it now.
Will you say that to a mother whose child has been killed and raped or an illegal immigrant?
So, well, here's what I would say. So first, what I would ask you to do, Christopher, so here's what I would say to you first. Okay. Here's what I would say to you first.
Sorry, I wanted it to come back in.
There you go. You've asked your question. I'm going to answer it. So here's what I would say. First is you need to use TikTok friendly language. And you know that you can't say those words on TikTok. Okay. Number two, here's what I would say is there are far more mothers in this country whose children have been raped and unalived by US citizens than undocumented or illegal immigrants. Okay. That's just a fact. What we know about our unauthorized immigrant population is that they have a violent crime rate percentage of 0.0029%. US born people are far more likely to commit violent acts and violent crimes than our unauthorized immigrant population. And we know that by the stats and by the data. And that comes straight from the Department of Homeland Security and Customs and Border Patrol website. So those are just facts. And what we don't do, Christopher, is discriminate against an entire group of people based on one or two incidents that happen. Like, that's just not what we do. Okay. So now, do you have another specific question you would like to ask me about immigration?
No, I want you to tell. You just said all Biden citizens, American citizens, are worse criminals than illegal immigrants. You just said that.
What I said, and I'm going to repeat it for you. What I said, here's what I said. Yeah. And here's what I said. Well, damn, bro. This is what I said that is fact. What I said is that US citizens are far more likely to commit violent crime in this country than unauthorized immigrants. And that is a fact. When you look at violent crime committed in this country, the vast majority of it is committed by US citizens. It is not committed by undocumented or illegal immigrants. It's not. It's committed by US citizens. And less than 1% of unauthorized immigrants in this country commit a violent crime, which would make sense because if they do, they get deported or put in prison, and they didn't risk their life coming here just to be locked up or deported. It just makes common sense. Okay, so do you have another question, Christopher?
How did they risk their lives when they just got walked in? They haven't been turned back. Biden let them in. Yeah.
So
with open arms.
Okay.
With
so
open arms.
So
and Camilla, and then you got Tim Walz.
Okay.
Might have been your.
So let me share with you maybe something that you don't know about how immigration works. Okay. People don't just walk across the border in this country. That's not a thing. It's simply not a thing. And there are people who die on their journey trying to get here. There are people who drown. There are people who get sick and who get infections. A lot of things happen when people are trying to come to this country. And so, yeah, they do risk their lives to come here. Yeah, they do. That's a real thing. You can look up those numbers too. Not that I expect you to, but you can look up those numbers too. They sure do. And I'm going to tell you how inaccurate you are. So when Joe Biden first took office, Title 42 was still in effect. If you are in my chat and you do not know what Title 42 is, can you put a 1 in the comments for me? Thank you guys for letting me know. Appreciate it. All right. So, Title 42 is an emergency health order. That's the emergency health order that Donald Trump used during his first administration to shut the border because of C-19. Okay. So, when it became an issue and C-19 was spreading, he used Title 42 to shut down the border, to keep anybody else from bringing it in. Okay. So, that's what Title 42 is. Title 3 is completely different. So Title 8, I'm sorry, Title 8 is very different. Title 8 is our standing immigration law that we have had for 50, 60 years now that needs to be redone, right? But Title 8 is what normally governs our immigration law. And for the first little bit, it was actually the Senate, it was GOP that blocked Joe Biden from being able to go back to Title 8. We didn't get to go back to Title 8 until 2022-ish. The immigration laws and proposals that were being put forth, that was one of the first things that the Biden-Harris administration did, was put forth immigration legislation and proposals in 2021, and it was blocked by the GOP. Right? And so that happened again in 2023. And of course, we all know they did the same thing for Langford's bill in 2024. Okay. So, one of the reasons why we had an influx is because during C-19, we had Title 42, which closed the border. So you had a lot of people that weren't able to come over or to even go through the immigration process during that time. And so people knew as that time was approaching for Title 42 to be removed, people began to migrate this way. The thing is the numbers are nowhere near as astronomical as they say. Okay. In 2022, we had approximately total 11 unauthorized immigrants in the country. And I need to be clear that unauthorized immigrants do not mean illegal immigrants. When an immigrant is unauthorized, that simply means they are here without permanent legal resident status. That is all it means. So if they are here under temporary protected status, if they are here, what did I say? It's 11 million in 2022. I think, isn't that what I said? 11 million in 2022. But if they are here as DACA, if they are here in any way, shape, or form, like if they are awaiting removal, if they are waiting for prosecutorial discretion, if they are waiting for an adjustment in their status, they are considered unauthorized. I said 11, I meant 11 million. Thank y'all. But they are unauthorized immigrants. Yep, if they're renewing their visa, any of those things. If you are here as an immigrant and you do not have legal permanent resident status, that means you are classified by the government as an unauthorized immigrant. That is different than an undocumented or illegal immigrant, right? Those would be what we would call gotaways. And the thing about gotaways are we don't know exactly how many we have because they got away. Now, the 11 million immigrants that we have in this country, that we had in this country, unauthorized immigrants in 2022, they actually arrived here between 1980 and 2018, 2022. Okay. With the vast majority of them, about 8.5 million of them, arriving prior to 2010. And I can show you the Department of Homeland Security report with those numbers. So the border wasn't just flying open, right? And the numbers that you see on the Customs and Border Patrol website, when you see where it says 2.5 million encounters, that's actually a good thing, because that means that we encountered those people and they didn't just get into the country. That means they were actually connected to, they actually dealt with a CPB and a law enforcement officer. That's what that means. So, like, when the numbers are really low, that doesn't necessarily mean anything great, right? It could mean that they're not being encountered and they're just getting into the country. Or it could mean that they've stopped trying to come here because we have a situation that has got people scared. It can mean a lot of different things, but the reality is that those are the facts. When your numbers, when you have high encounter numbers, that means you're actually catching the people that are coming across the border. Okay? So that's what it means. All right, Christopher, you got anything else before I let you go, sir?
We have immigration problems. England has got an immigration problem. It's become a nightmare in England. There's more illegal.
Well, but sir, I don't live in England. I don't live in England, and right now I'm not really concerned with what's happening in England. I'm concerned with what's happening where I live. I'm not sure why you're not concerned. Like, I'm not sure why you're so concerned about us instead of you, but I'm not concerned with
Because I live
England.
in the EU. I live in the EU, yes, and America is part of NATO. Yeah.
Yeah, but so listen, like I said, immigration is not something that is impacting NATO. And you can just kind of, figure it out. If you have another specific question about immigration, I'd be happy to answer it before I let you go.
I'm about immigration. It's getting to the war. We're all going to be. It's getting dangerous. You don't realise how bad it's getting.
What does that
And
mean?
I worry about myself and my children, my family, because it's going to be a war. And Putin just needs to leave NATO and tell NATO to stick it. And if Putin wants to get rid of NATO, that's up to him. I don't think America should be involved.
It's in my brown bag, baby, right here.
And if it
so
wasn't for Trump, we'd all be dead by now.
Yeah, so here's what I would say,
Even
right?
the EU is corrupt. I live in the EU. They're even more corrupt than America.
All right.
It's only money.
Okay.
It's money. That's what they do. Fill their pockets. Okay. Zelensky is a nightmare. He's
so,
a clown.
Christopher.
He's stolen all them.
Christopher.
He's a multi-millionaire.
Christopher. When I say your name like 3 times and you still keep talking over me, this is how you end up getting muted. Okay. So here's the thing. There is nothing that indicates we are on the verge of a of a major conflict around the world. There are a lot of other things, and so one of the things that I don't do in this space is fearmonger. Right? I don't do that. I don't tell people the sky is falling. I don't tell them the big bad wolf is around the corner. Like, I just don't do those things. I deal in facts, right? And I stay rooted in those, because what I find is those other things just aren't helpful, right? So, I don't really. The subject today is unauthorized and illegal immigrants, or the cabinet members, right? So I'm not here to talk about Vladimir Putin. So if you want to talk about something that is relevant, we can do that, because I'm trying to be respectful to you. But I just want to go ahead and see if you have something specific that we can address before I go back to reading the court documents. So, okay. What you got, Christopher? Christopher? Okay. Looks like Christopher's gone.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm off. Never mind.
All right. You have a great day. Okay. So listen, y'all, always be mindful that it's not always about the person that's on the panel. Sometimes it's about the information that I get to put out because of the person on the panel. Okay. And one of the things that I said is we have to start being the thermostat and not the thermometer. We have to be the thermostat, not the thermometer. Right? Thermometers just See how hot it is, right? Thermostats set the temperature. Okay. All right. So, for those of you guys who aren't familiar with what I'm reading the Aaron Erez Ravini, who was a whistleblower from the DOJ, and um, this is specifically around what happened last year with the 200 and some Venezuelans that were sent to CICOT, including Kelmar Abrego Garcia, and other individuals that were sent to third countries. The reason I ended up on this topic right now is because Judge Boasberg, who happens to be the same judge from this court case, Judge Boasberg just issued an order today telling the U.S. government that it needed to bring back the 137 Venezuelans that were sent to CICOT almost a year ago now. And he gave a specific timeline for when those things need to happen. Thanks for the reminder, Kimber. And so reading his court order today, while I was reading it, he made a reference to the DOJ saying, pretty much ignoring his first order, which would have prevented all of this from the beginning, right? And he said in that order that the DOJ pretty much told him to pound sand. And Erez Ravini is probably, for me, one of the greatest patriots in 2025. He was a 15-year DOJ attorney with a stellar career under both administrations, just above reproach. And the way that he stood his ground, he didn't resign, and he didn't follow unlawful orders. He did his job and refused to disobey those jobs, to take illegal actions. And he was suspended and he was fired. He also testified before Congress. When I tell you that when he testified before Congress, because I'm not sure it's in here or not, it's not. But when he testified before Congress, and it's also in my link tree. Hey, Gemini, you can actually see like the emails that he's talking about and the text messages that I'm reading. Y'all, he brought those screenshots to Congress. They were admitted as part of the record. So like he kept receipts for it all. Okay. So where we are right now, just to give a quick recap. So we are on March the 14th on a Friday. On March the 14th, on that Friday morning, Erez Ravini has been promoted. He is now the assistant. He's now the acting attorney general for the Office of Immigration Litigation. That's his job. Within an hour or two of that promotion, he's pulled into a meeting. When he's pulled into a meeting with those other people, Todd Blanche is in there, Drew Ensign is in there, Emil Bovey is in there, and they proceed to tell this room full of DOJ immigration attorneys that Donald Trump is about to sign the Alien Enemies Act, and that after he does that, over the weekend, there are going to be 2 to 3 planes that are going to take off, and they need to take off no matter what. They go so far, Emil Bovey goes so far as to tell these attorneys that it is likely that there will be a court order that happens during this process, telling them to not, it's a temporary restraining order, a TRO, telling them to not deport these individuals. And he says, if that happens, you might have to tell the courts, quote unquote, fuck you, in order to ensure that these planes take off. This is how Kilmar Abrego Garcia and 200 other Venezuelans ended up in CICOT. Yeah, Jules, hold on. Okay, I got to get all the way through it. So that meeting happens. Erez Ravini is like, surely that's not going to be the case, right? He goes home and he goes to bed. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the ACLU files a court case for their five clients. And when he wakes up in the morning, he sees the ACLU's lawsuit. That ACLU lawsuit absolutely says we have 5 clients that are expected to be deported to El Salvador and to CCOT, a prison known for violating human rights. And this is the first time he learns about it. And so that day, Drew Ensign, who represents the government in court, and Erez Ravini is just listening on the public line. That's what's happening at the time. And he has just listened to Drew Ensign lie to Judge Boasberg and tell him he didn't know anything about these planes taking off. He didn't have any information to provide the court. But the truth of the matter is he did. He did know that the planes had taken off. He did know that they were about to land. And so at this point, I know where Kilmar Abrego Garcia is from. He was on a plane with 220 Venezuelans that were sent to El Salvador. I know where he's from, Inevitable. You can be Venezuelan, but I still know where he's from. And that doesn't have anything to do, but that has nothing to do with the court case. Again, it has nothing to do with the court case. Okay. So now at this point, here's where we are. The judge has issued a class-wide TRO, and Ravini has gone to great lengths to make sure that DHS and the Department of State are aware that these people are not to be disembarked from the plane, that they are to be returned home. And the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of State has just simply quit replying to his emails. So at 7:31 p.m., this is that Saturday night, Drew Ensign emails James Percival, who's the senior counselor to the Secretary of Homeland Security, Joseph Mazzara, acting general counsel for the Department of Homeland Security, informing them of the injunction. And then 2 minutes later, Ensign emails the Department of State. Both of these emails, on which Mr. Ravini and August Fuente were copied, informed the recipients of both the oral and the written arguments, informed the agency counsel that their clients were required to not remove anyone within the class definition, and reflected that Ensign understood the judge to be requiring that DHS not deplane any planes that had departed U.S. airspace. Mr. Ravini was not copied on any response. At 10:13 p.m., after he and Mr. Fuente had exchanged numerous emails and he had no information on any DHS compliance, Mr. Ravini again emailed DHS to ask about whether guidance had been disseminated with direction for DHS to turn any planes around if they had not yet landed, or to not deplane the people on board if they had already landed. Shortly thereafter, DHS responded via email that they were holding issuance of guidance pending a decision from the Attorney General. That would be Pam Bondi. So listen, the DOJ lawyers, the immigration lawyers that were in court, sent emails to DHS saying, hey, there's a TRO. Don't deplane these people. If the plane has landed, turn them around. Don't take them out. All the things, right? And DHS replies back to the DOJ. It says, well, yeah, we're not disseminating the information that you sent us until your boss, Pam Bondi, decides we need to. So let's just be clear. That puts everything in Pam Bondi's lap. For the next few hours on the night of March 15th, Mr. Ravinia exchanged emails with Flinte and engaged in multiple phone calls with Drew Ensign. He was concerned about two things. Number one, that deplaning any passengers would violate the court's orders. And number two, the need to notify the court of the government's compliance with those orders or its interpretation of those orders. Sometime around midnight, Drew Ensign informed Mr. Ravinia that the DOJ would be filing a notice with the court signed by Emil Bovey explaining its interpretation of the court's order, including that no violation of the court order had occurred because the two planes left the U.S. airspace before the court's written order. So you all remember this? So the judge gave an oral order in the court and said, this has to be done timely because planes are taking off. And he said, I'm gonna put out a written order to follow. They tried to argue in court that his verbal order wasn't enough. Ms. Emil Bovey has now been appointed as a federal appellate court judge, thanks to the GOP. Thanks to the GOP, Emil Bovey he was confirmed Third Circuit appellate federal judge last year after this came out. That is how compromised Congress is. That is why I keep telling you all, we must have a Democratic majority in Congress come these midterms. So while Mr. Ravinia, oh, thanks, I appreciate that. So while Mr. Ravinia disagreed with the interpretation that there was no violation of the court order, the fact that Bovey, a senior DOJ official, was willing to enter an appearance in the case and make this representation to the court somehow lessened his concerns because he believed he and his staff would not be put in the untenable position of defending this argument. He said, listen, if Emil Bovey is going to put his name on that and he's going to go into court and tell the judge that, cool, because I don't got to do it. Me and my staff are not going into court telling the judge we didn't violate an order because you said it out your mouth but hadn't put it on paper yet. We're not doing that. So if Emil Bovey wants to sign this and then go into court and say that, he could do that. That's basically what he's saying. And then he says that quickly changed on Sunday, March 16th, 2025 at 12:23 a.m. So right past the stroke of midnight on Saturday night, Drew Ensign informed Mr. Ravinia by phone that Bovey would no longer be filing either a notice of appearance or a notice to the court explaining the government's interpretation of the court's order. What? What? So all of a sudden, not only are you not going into court, but you're not even going to answer to the court and tell them your interpretation of the judge's order? Thereafter, Mr. Ravinia and August Flinte exchanged several more emails. Mr. Ravinia anticipated that the government would be held in contempt of court because they were, for deplaning those on the flight, and communicated his belief that a notice to the court was necessary. Oh, Christopher is back. Bye. You don't get no more time today. Block. Whew. At 12:33 a.m., Drew Ensign telephoned Mr. Ravinia, informing him that DOJ leadership did not appear to be in a hurry to file any such notice. Cindy, I already blocked his ass as soon as I saw him. Mr. Ravinia responded that the government would likely face a show cause motion seeking an explanation as to why the government should not be held in contempt. The same morning at 8:07 a.m., Mr. Ravinia emailed DHS and DOS, which is Department of State, asking for confirmation of their compliance with Judge Boasberg's oral and written orders, specifically asking for the status of the individuals on each of the day's previous flights. Now, I want you all to understand that while this is happening, Kilmar Abrego Garcia has been snatched up at Home Depot. He's been taken through Maryland, down in Louisiana, ended up in Texas, and was told all along the way that he was going to get to go before an immigration judge. It was not until he was in Texas, the night before they were going to fly him out, that he found out they were going to put him on a plane and send him to El Salvador. While this is going on, when you read everything about how that transpired, it's absolutely wild. So, his email included a reminder that to comply with the injunction, no one subject to the AEA removal should have been deplaned, and anyone who had been needed to be returned to the United States. Mr. Ravini also asked whether conversations on these issues were happening at a higher level of leadership between and among DOJ, DHS, and DOS. Mr. Ravini received no response. It's wild, y'all, that this is our federal government, that he's the deputy director for the Office of Immigration Litigation, and their clients aren't responding back. Given the absence of any email or notice from the agencies or DOJ leadership at this point, listen, DOJ leadership isn't even responding to him at this point. Mr. Ravini's concerns from the prior night that DHS had been directed to violate the court orders began to escalate. Yeah, baby. Of course you can. Early on the morning of Sunday, March 16th, President Bukele of El Salvador posted a comment on social media stating, quote, oopsie, ... too late. Yeah. Yeah. In reference to Judge Boasberg's order. Y'all, this is the president of El Salvador tweeting out, oopsie, too late, about human lives being sent to one of the worst prisons for human rights violations ever. What grown-ass adult, much less like president of a country, oopsie, too late? Now get this. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reposted that. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reposted the oopsie, too late. Soon after that, Bukele posted a video of men being escorted from planes into CCOT. As the day continued, Mr. Ravini's emails asking for confirmation of the status of the removal flights remained unanswered. He reported his concerns to August Fuente, his direct boss, and that based on public reporting, social media posts from the Secretary of State and the President of El Salvador, and the failure of DHS to answer any of his questions concerning the 3 flights that had taken off the previous day, it appeared that the government had violated the court's order and removed individuals to El Salvador. Eventually, agency counsel for DHS informed Mr. Ravini by telephone that DOJ leadership had advised DHS to deplane the flights in El Salvador and directed Mr. Ravini to consult DOJ leaderships if he had any questions. So imagine this. He's the acting director, deputy director for the Office of Immigration Litigation. The judge said, do not deplane people. You better bring them back, right? He's communicated that information. And then he's being told by his client, well, your boss told me to deplane them. If you got a question, go ask your boss. But your boss hasn't said nothing to you. How wild is this, y'all? When I talk about what the problem is in this administration, when I say that it is the cabinet, It is the cabinet, because they are willing to do what no one else, like what things that you just don't believe are feasible. Like they believe there will be no consequences, or they believe that if they do enough, fast enough, hard enough, and long enough, they'll put themselves in a position where there's no way they could have to pay the price. That is why you saw Pam Bondi acting the way she did yesterday. She literally is responsible for this. She said yes. Through the course of the events on March the 16th, it became clear to Mr. Ravenny that DHS and DOS were receiving contrary directions from someone else to take actions in violation of court orders. By 2 p.m., the identity of that individual became clear. In an email from Acting Assistant Attorney General Yakoth Roth to Drew Ensign, Flinte, and Mr. Ravenny, Roth explained that Emil Bovey had advised DHS that under the court order, it was permissible to deplane individuals on the flights that departed U.S. airspace before the written order was issued on the docket. So let me tell you, this should remind you of the discussions around the 2020 election and their interpretation of the law, where they're saying, well, technically, Vice President Pence, acting as president of the Senate, doesn't have to certify the election, right? They know better. They know that this is not the law. They know, but what it does is by the time they are ruled against, the harm is already done. By the time they are ruled against, they've already done harm in many cases. So he is saying, well, listen, the judge might have said it, but because the judge didn't write it before they left the airspace, then it don't matter. So that afternoon, the Department of Justice filed a notice indicating that defendants were, quote, promptly notified of the court's temporary restraining order issued in the morning and the 7:26 p.m. EDT minute order that temporarily enjoined any removals pursuant to the presidential proclamation. The notice also asserted that, quote, some gang members subject to removal under the proclamation had already been removed from the United States territory under the proclamation before the issuance of this court's second written order. So this is the first time you're hearing anything about, oh, well, these are gang members. By day's end, multiple media reports and postings from senior government officials in both the U.S. and El Salvador on social media confirmed that all individuals on 2 of the 3 planes had taken off on March 15th, and they had been detained in CCOT prison in El Salvador. The next hearing in the case occurred on Monday, March the 17th. At some point prior to the 17th hearing, Ensign informed Mr. Ravenny that Ensign would not be handling the hearing, given concerns that the court would likely interrogate him about March 15th. So this is the crazy part. So come March 17th, when it's time to go back before this judge and explain your actions, Drew Ensign, the guy that was in court on that Friday, lying to the judge, says, I ain't representing this case because he's going to grill me on the shit that happened on the 15th. So yeah, I'm not going to be the one to take the case. Somebody else can do it. So the court held a hearing to determine whether the government complied with its orders, and the court issued a minute order demanding that the government state, quote, whether and in what form it would provide answers to the court's questions regarding the particular flights. The order further stated that, quote, if the government takes the position that it will not provide the information to the court under any circumstances, it must support such position, including with classified authorities if necessary. Judge Bossberg said, listen, if you think you're not going to tell me this, you're going to tell me why you're not telling me. And that includes even if you have to provide classified documents to do so. So following that order, August Flinte and Drew Inside told Mr. Ravenni that leadership at DOJ were reporting, quote unquote, down the chain, that the government was not going to answer the court's question about anything that happened before 7:26 p.m. on March the 15th. So listen, they said, we ain't telling you shit about anything that happened before 7:26 p.m. when you wrote that written order. In other words, you can pound sand. In other words, fuck you, which is exactly what Emil Bovey said they were going to have to do. Let me see, because my jaw is getting tired. Hold on, y'all. Okay. And so that's just the first case. That's just the first case. There is a second case as well, you guys. The second case in which Mr. Ravenni exercised his right to make protected disclosures unfolded over the weekend of March 28th through the 30th. And so there's a court case, DVD versus the Department of Homeland Security. This case involved allegations that DHS had begun to remove individuals with final orders of removal to third countries without first ascertaining whether such individuals would be safe in those countries or potentially tortured, which is required under the Convention Against Torture Act. So listen, this next court case is different than Kilmar Abrego Garcia's and the other Venezuelans that were deported to El Salvador. This case is different because these people did have a final order of removal. The problem is that we weren't deporting them back to their home country. We were deporting them to a third country without doing any due diligence to ensure that they would be safe in that third country. And we are required to do that by law. So on the afternoon of Friday the 28th at 2:30 p.m., a different judge, now Judge Brian Murphy, who's district court in Massachusetts, issued a nationwide TRO. Now, this is before it went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said you can't do national anymore, right? Now you just have to be classes. You can't do national, they have to be classes. But at this time, you could do national. So the order enjoined the government from removing the three named plaintiffs and, quote, any individual to a final order of removal from the U.S. to a third country, i.e. a country other than the country designated for removal in the immigration procedures, without providing the individual and their counsel with, quote, written notice of the third country to where they may be removed and, quote, a meaningful opportunity for that individual to submit an application for cat protection to the immigration court. And if any such application is filed until that individual receives a final agency decision on such an application. So one of the things that's crazy about this, y'all, is this is when you have to really understand that they don't consider these individuals to be their equal. They cannot consider these people to be of equal value, because if they did, they would treat them as such. Right? There's absolutely no way in heaven that, can you imagine if that plane had been full of Russians and they sent them all to Ireland? Can you imagine if they had all been French and they sent them all to Australia? Oh, well, they're brown people, so as long as it's a brown country, it doesn't matter. DOJ leadership determined to seek an immediate appeal and a stay of the order. Can somebody give me a quick mod break just so I can get her a snack real quick? Do I have a mod that can give me a quick break real quick? Awesome. Well, good gosh. A couple of y'all. I just picked the first one that came up. Red Hot, you gonna do it?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you. Come on, Bella.
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I still sound like a man a little bit. I'm sick. So just ignore that. Anywho, thank you, everybody, for continuing to tap the screen. Make sure you go up by Dani's name and get your daily heartbeat. And make sure you collect your points after that. That helps you level up in the chat, which also helps Dani's live. Make sure to share the live with your friends, family, and foes. And make sure that everybody can see Dani's great work every day. Hi, y'all. Also, sorry I sound nasally. I hear it myself. It's getting on my nerves. Be respectful. No slurs, no comment spamming, and no all caps. That is reserved for moderators and our vision impaired folks. So please be respectful of those rules and we'll get along just fine.
Yep. Thank you. Girl, go on and feel better. Drink you some tea.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So also, let me just tell you guys, so I do own the Roger Stone documentary called A Storm Foretold. It is not streamable in the US. So every now and again, I invite friends to join me. And then we do a private viewing of it. It is called A Storm Foretold. A documentary crew followed Roger Stone from 2018 to 2021. If you want to see the video, you will need to go to my link tree and register. I am showing it again tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So Friday the 13th, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The video is an hour and 41 minutes long. It is well worth a watch. This will be the second time I have shown it this month, and it will probably be the last time that I show it in February. Okay? So if you want to watch it, you need to go register. Also, I am hosting I don't even know what to call it, but a little bit of a launch on March the 8th at it won't be on any platform, Tantra. That's my thing. I can't stream it on a platform. It's illegal to do so. So I will be people will join me. Yeah. So I'll be hosting a virtual event. No, you have to register on the link tree, and then you have to get a link to the actual meeting. You'll get a link to Google Meet. Nope, Kat, it's on Google Meet. And so the other thing too that is there is an event that I'm doing on March the 8th at 6 p.m. I'll just be rolling out some resources and tools and things that that I believe will be the way that we get some accountability in our government and the way that we make sure that we have a large Democratic majority in Congress come November. What is a super fan? Love that, Breast and Grateful. Okay, so super fan is like, remember how TikTok has subscribers? They changed subscribers to super fans, and now creators don't get to set the cost of it, right? So we used to be able to set the cost of it, and I used to be able to do like $2.99 a month. I don't get to do that anymore. So now it's just called super fan, which is the same thing as being a subscriber, and I think it's $9.99 a month. And in my arena, what's up, Shemi Salam? What that means is I have two sides to my Discord. I have a regular side and then I have a subscriber side. Subscribers, we do book club together. Subscribers, we do documentary viewings together. Subscribers, we have our own chat. And then subscribers get... Oh, you were able to pick the amount? Really? That would be amazing. That's amazing. If it does, because, well, maybe they got enough feedback and they changed it. That's awesome. That makes me excited. Yay. So subscribers, you are able to do $2.99 a month. You can pick whatever you want. if you want to do $2.99. I will tell you that people that do $9.99 and above also get different things. What's up, Lester? Okay, it's $2.69, Sandy, for the first month. Love that. Okay, $2.99. Yay! So at first, that makes me really happy. At first, they were saying that they were going to make everybody go from $2.99 to $9.99. And so it's $2.69 for 3 months each month, which is $8.07. So it's $8.07 per quarter. Sarah said hers still says $9.99. I don't know. Carla said, yeah, mine never went up. I don't think TikTok knows what the fuck they doing. I don't know, Lisbeth. Don't make me lie. I can try to look and get some more information and tell you guys. Okay? I don't know. Don't make me lie, y'all. I don't know. I don't think TikTok knows what it's doing. Farah said, Michelle. Yeah, I know. I know Michelle said you have to set the cost. I don't know if there's a way to set it. What? Girl, you just had a piece of cake. You know I'm not giving you two. Get something else. I got you, Rise Up. Okay. So, and I don't know if people who were under the old subscriptions that TikTok offered, maybe yours did not go up. That might be the thing. And maybe it's new people that it's $9.99. I don't know. So don't make me lie. Don't make me lie, y'all. Don't make me lie. I will do some checking and some digging to provide some clarity. Okay. And then you can also just subscribe directly through me if you don't want to do it on TikTok. So why are you reading the comments, girl? You being nosy? Huh? Yes, baby. Oh yeah. Let me get these down for you. Yeah, you're welcome, Desi. Let me grab this box for her real quick, y'all. Okay. All right. Here, chick. Okay. All right. So anyway, those are the two things that are in my link tree. The documentary tomorrow night, which is Roger Stone. And then also, March 8th. Okay. One of the things that I just believe is I just believe that we can be smart about how we do things between now and the end of the year. And what I do believe is that there is a way to not only secure a Democratic majority in Congress, I believe there's a way to also impeach and remove at least 2 members of the cabinet, right? Even getting GOP folks on board, right? So before the end of 2026, I think that you can get rid of at least 2 members of the cabinet before then. And then you set yourself up to where you've already got 2 members of the cabinet out the door. And then you have a majority, then you have a Democratic majority before the replacements are nominated. And then those new nominees have to go through a Democratic majority confirmation process, and they just don't get rubber stamped. And it changes the shape of the game. We start to impact what our administration looks like, and we start to impact definitely what happens with Congress. And then we can just, so like, if you think about it like this, in a year's time, in less than a year's time, we could be introducing legislation. We could be doing another continuing resolution. And that continuing resolution could put back the ACA healthcare subsidies so that people could afford their health insurance again. We could be putting back the funds that we took out of Medicaid and SNAP benefits with the one big barbaric bill, like in less than a year's time. If we do this right, we will be setting ourselves up for success. And so I spent a lot of time and a lot of information, and still have a lot to do to get that ready to roll out to you on March the 8th at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay. All right. So this goes, I don't want to read the rest of the 10 pages. My throat is actually tired, and I'm actually getting tired. But let me just say this, okay? I know y'all are like, whew, but it's in my link tree if you want to read the rest of it. Because I did do the whole thing once before. But so what's the point behind all of this, right? What is my point? My point is that that's daylight savings day. Great. It'll still be 8 o'clock. It'll still be 8 o'clock. I mean 6 o'clock. Sorry, 6 o'clock. Folks, it's just really important for us to understand the moment that we are in and what is available to us. And I really believe with the right strategy, the right information, effective conversations, and consistency, we can do the things that are necessary to get us over the hump and to kind of right the ship and get us on the path where we need to be. So hopefully we'll be about that life and we'll be doing it. Okay. So let me say this. Yesterday, I shared with you all my link tree. Please go in my link tree. Fairly close to the top is a group. It's a collection of links. And no worries, going back. Appreciate you. Orange County, please don't type in all caps, okay? Those are reserved for moderators and my folks that are vision impaired. But there's a group of links, a collection of links close to the top, fairly close to the top. And it says Palestinian support links. Those are ways to support our Palestinian friends, our friends in Gaza. See you later, Cam. Who live between the river and the sea. Raja's brother has a large kidney stone that requires surgery. Anything you can do there is going to be helpful. Mohammed OS has twins, and he also has a wife that is sick. His twins are roughly 6 weeks old, and he has a toddler as well. And like I said, his wife is sick. So when you go there, Mohammed OS's link is at the very top. Those are ways that you can do something. So often, so many times I hear people say, what can I do? I want to do something. This is so horrible. Well, this is something that you can do. And when you do it through those support links, there's nothing gets taken out of it. They get all of it. So whether you send $10 or $100, it's still helpful to them because they can utilize all of it. So I just want to offer that to you. If you have 5, 10, 15, $20, if you got $200, whatever you got, right? Just know that Roger's brother needs surgery. Know that Mohammed OS's babies need formula, and his wife is sick and she needs medication. And there is no infrastructure in Gaza, right? On purpose. So it's very difficult to be able to make money, to be able to feed your babies. So if you can do that for them, please do. Okay. I am exhausted because we've been on for 5 hours. Okay. So I am going to go. We went an hour longer today than usual. So yay, we got some extra time today. I love you guys, mean it. I will be back tomorrow. Now listen, it's 3 o'clock. So let me just say this though. Tomorrow I'm going to plan to go on a little early because tomorrow afternoon I am going to be leaving you guys a little early because Bella is being honored at school for her academics, for her writing. So I am going to dip out of here at around noon so I can go see my girl be celebrated at school. And then I will see you all tomorrow night for the Roger Stone documentary. And what I'll probably do is go live at some point in between that, just to bring you guys, just as a reminder. Okay. So make sure you're registered for the documentary tomorrow and all of that. And for March 8th. Also, let me say this to folks. We're going to be ramping things up. I know that some people are concerned about changes with Discord that are going to be taking place in March. I haven't gotten that far yet. I will think about it when I'm ready to get there. I don't know. There are some alternatives that I've considered. And then again, and I may not. We'll just see how it happens. Okay. Because I'm not sure that those changes will even happen. So they're saying, great job, Bella. Yeah. So I'm really proud of her. So, let me see if there's anything else. That was a thing for tomorrow. Oh, Sandy, I got your package. Fucking amazing. I'm gonna pull it out and send it to folks. Share it with folks so they can see it. Jen Yaya got your package. The girls love their forest fairies as well. So appreciate you guys. She's one of my moderators. So appreciate you guys a whole lot. Make sure that you go up here, collect your heart on TikTok, and claim all of your points so that they count. If you don't claim them now, they will expire. So go up there, hit that little red button. You guys don't have one, and claim all your points from TikTok. If you're on YouTube, Substack, Facebook, make sure that you like and share. I appreciate everybody very, very much. And I will see you all tomorrow.